The legendary Hollywood director, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Spoils Sharing Conference. Subscription Recommendation Request. The 75th Academy Awards came to an end, and the Oscar night hosted by Vanity Fair also ended with everyone's polite communication. The media did indeed compete to report the grand occasion of the awards ceremony, and for a while, the Oscars became a hot topic among the people. But if you really want to say that winning the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film has a big impact on Lyman's life, it's not entirely true. He can say responsibly that the impact is really not great. After all, life must go on, and life will not stagnate just because of a so-called award. Lyman celebrated in the United States for 2 days, and also thanked the people from CAA and Paramount to further strengthen their relationship. Then, he returned to France with Ryan, Thomas and George to prepare for a break or start a new film project. Shooting new works has always been something he is very happy about, and this is hidden in his bones. In a blink of an eye, it was March, and Fury was all taken off the screen in markets around the world, and the work on this film has entered the final stage. When the theaters in various places transfer the box office revenue of the film to the account of the distributor Europa Films, the money sharing meeting can also begin. On March 3rd, Lyman and Ryan rushed from Cannes to Paris, intending to settle part of their studio's revenue first. The box office share in North America had already been calculated and divided by Paramount Pictures under the supervision of all parties, but it was not easy to get the revenue from overseas regions. That's why it has been delayed until now. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the two went directly to Luc Besson's office, exchanged a few pleasantries, and got down to business. This is your income statement. You can take a look first. If you confirm that it is correct, go to the finance department to sign it, and the money will be transferred to your studio's account. Thank you, Mr. Luc Besson. The two took it and checked the various revenues with the help of the professional accounting team members hired on the side. Speaking of which, the details of the overseas box office these days are really difficult to track. Even if the team hired by Lyman participated in it throughout the process, they dare not say that this part of the revenue is completely real. They can only say that they have tried their best to control it within an atmosphere where the discrepancy is not big. The account details in hand are very detailed. Even someone like Lyman, who doesn't know much about finance, can roughly understand it. The global total box office of Fury is $542.3 million. According to the distribution agreement signed in various places, and after the local theaters deducted fixed expenses such as taxes, Europa Films received a total of $285.2 million in box office revenue. Although Europa Films used the tax refund quota on Fury and cashed out a total of $3.5 million in tax refunds in Australia, one of the main filming locations. According to the agreement, this part of the money is not included in the film share of revenue. In this way, Europa Films will take away the corresponding distribution commission from the box office market of the film and deduct a total of $33 million in publicity and distribution expenses, and this part of the funds will still have $165.3 million. Among them, it is also necessary to pay part of the remaining salaries of the cast and crew and other industry association expenses, leaving a balance of $152 million. Because the production funds include $6 million from Man Studio, to which Lyman belongs, $20 million from CAA and Paramount Pictures, and the rest is from Europa Films, so the three parties can enjoy the due share according to the proportion of their respective investment. According to the agreement, Man Studio can get nearly $18.24 million from this box office revenue. Although it still has to pay income tax and other messy taxes, it is expected that the profit will be more than $15 million. After the movie Fury was withdrawn from France and the United States, Europa Films and Paramount Pictures began to negotiate with Blockbuster, the largest videotape chain in the entire Americas, on the basic transfer fee and rental sales share of videotape copyright. The former is cash, and the latter is long-term income, so the channel sales in the latter half have little to do with Man Studio, and it can't get much. After their negotiations, the former reached an agreement on the figure of $8 million. Then there are the TV broadcasting rights, secondary development of the film copyright and other peripheral applications. This is also where Man Studio can enjoy a share as an investor. The basic licensing fee of $9 million is also in line with the value of the film. Adding up these two aspects, Man Studio received $2 million. Adding up all the income, the book figure that Man Studio can get in the past 6 months is more than $16 million, which has deducted the employment fees of those professional accountants that need to be paid to PricewaterhouseCoopers and the commission of the agent Johnson's services. As for the remaining long-term income, there is some waiting. I think it will take 1 or 2 years to see it. After checking the income of the film, Lyman felt relieved, and Ryan did not wait any longer. He simply said goodbye and ran to the financial department of Europa Films to handle the formalities. Watching Ryan leave, Lyman smiled, and then he thought about business again. Mr. Luc Besson, I already have a general idea about the new movie. The script is being perfected, and the shooting schedule report has also been started. Hearing this, Luc Besson's eyes lit up. Successful people will always be successful. This is the truth he has always believed in. Moreover, he has seen Lyman step by step, so he is naturally very interested in his new film. What's the subject matter? It should be a crime type movie. This crime subject matter. Lyman's style is really varied, and each one has a relatively large span. However, Luc Besson didn't care. He was used to Lyman's way of not being limited to 1 or 2 subjects. Hearing this, he became more interested. How much is the investment? I like real life shooting very much. I believe that Mr. Luc Besson should know this. Luc Besson nodded. 3 consecutive movies were similar. Even the tank scenes were shot as much as possible, instead of blindly building models. I believe this directing method is his own style. So, this movie will involve many scenes and a large number of extras, which will be a huge expense. Can you tell me a rough figure for the production cost? Luc Besson was not scared off. His continuous success made him very optimistic about Lyman. At least $100 million. Lyman said slowly. It seemed that the number he said was really just a number. He was very calm, but there was great confidence in that calmness. To achieve the effect I want, basically this number is not far off. Lyman added. Luc Besson on the opposite side fell into silence. Although Europa Films has invested in similar big productions, most of the funds are not borne by them, but they are looking for financing. Even if there is a risk of losing money, they are not the ones who bear most of the pressure. To put it bluntly, even if the project fails, it is the money of investors and overseas distributors that is putted. For them, it will not have much impact, and they may even make a profit. But now, when Lyman said this number, even if Luc Besson expected that the investment scale of the new film would not be too small, the large amount of $100 million still made him doubtful. Such a large-scale investment or financing requires careful consideration by Europa Films. Please prepare the relevant plan report first. I will ask the company's market analysis department to approve the project. Luc Besson thought for a while and said this. In any case, let's get Lyman's new film first, and then we can think of the rest later. After chatting for a while, the two officially decided on the Bad Guys project, which currently only has a code name. Then Ryan came back to the office and signaled to Lyman that the payment procedures had been completed. Thinking that his studio was just an empty shell, Lyman said again, Mr. Luc Besson, I want to buy some filming equipment for the movie. Can you please help me? It's not right to rely on renting equipment to make movies. Even if the two have no intention of managing the studio, they should try to have as much as possible. What's more, the two have already planned in this regard. It just so happens that they have money to purchase it, while the income from Rage has arrived. Does Lyman plan to buy equipment for himself? Luc Besson asked. Well, I didn't have much money before, so I had to borrow equipment from your company. Now that the financial situation is better, I want to make the studio's business more formal. This is a good thing. Luc Besson didn't care. Their company has been dealing with major equipment manufacturers in Europe for many years, and it is common to buy similar shooting supplies. It is not only convenient to get goods from him, but also save money. They are all old customers, so it is very simple to give discounts, and give them discounts. Naturally, they can understand Lemon's ideas. Luc Besson didn't say anything else, because if you have money, buying equipment is more cost effective than renting equipment. Do you have a list? Or what do you need? Lemon was prepared for this, and took out a small notebook from his pocket, which was filled with densely packed shooting equipment. Luc Besson made a phone call, and then a staff member of the logistics department took it to calculate. Not long after, the corresponding quotation was released. Lemon took the list, and looked at it carefully. If he went through the Europa Films channel, the cost would be close to $2.3 million US. It's really expensive, but there is a reason for it. These are all made by first-tier manufacturers, and are guaranteed to be repaired. Okay, then help me purchase according to this. Thank you, Mr. Luc Besson. You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Compared with the new film project, it's not worth mentioning at all. I hope to come up with a project plan as soon as possible. Our company needs to advance the review. Luc Besson continued. I will East of Eden. Chapter 127 Black Crime. Subscription recommendation. After initially agreeing on a new project with Europa Films, Lemon stayed in the hotel where he usually stayed in Paris for the next few days. In addition to writing a shooting schedule every day, he was thinking about which actors would be suitable for this type of movie. Sometimes when he was tired of writing reports, he would occasionally go to Europa Films to chat with Luc Besson or visit their newly built studio. It took almost 4 days, and with the help of Ryan, to refine the entire script again, and then submitted it to the review and management of the marketing department of Europa Films together with a detailed shooting plan. For a project with this amount of investment, the review work and the market prospect investigation of the project will not be too fast. Even with the support of Luc Besson, such a large company always has to satisfy all the management, so he probably has some free time. In this way, Lemon and Ryan went back to Cannes, waiting for news, while perfecting the studio. Come to think of it, Man Studio has been established for 2 years, and the financial affairs are still affiliated with a local accounting firm, asking them to help pay taxes or sort out the financial inflows and outflows. Now that we want to make the studio more formal, in addition to buying shooting equipment, the corresponding management system must also keep up. 2 days later, Agent Johnson also rushed to Cannes to discuss the new project with him. $100 million of investment. Johnson sat on the sofa at Lemon's house and exclaimed when he heard the investment amount of the new project. This is really the largest project he has served since he started working, and he immediately felt a pressure. But on second thought, isn't it his opportunity? If this project can be successfully completed, not to mention the monetary return on the commission, it will have an unparalleled promotion effect on his career at CAA. This involves a large-scale production of $100 million. Hollywood only produces 4 or 5 films of the same level a year, and they are all production projects of those first-tier big companies. He must seize it. Johnson thought to himself. Europa Films is reviewing this project now. I think there will be a result in the near future. You should pay attention to it. Are you still going to cooperate with them? Of course, they are the first choice. If it doesn't work, we will release the news and contact other distributors. Okay, I know. If possible, try to urge them to start the project as soon as possible. I don't want to wait too long. Lemon sat opposite Johnson and gave another order. Well, then, Johnson asked tentatively, are you still going to invest in this project? Hearing this question, Lemon spread his hands and said very affirmatively, my current studio has a good book profit. If it comes to investment, I must strive for it. I just don't know how much Europa Films is willing to give up. At this point, Lemon thought about it and asked curiously, Johnson, you said I should have the capital to offer better conditions to the producers now, right? How much do you think we should ask for? Of course I have the capital. Johnson nodded with great certainty. In Hollywood, any director who has made profits for 3 consecutive films and has achieved great results and even won a little golden man will be qualified to negotiate conditions no matter what. I think you can now propose a basic salary of $10 million plus a 10% share of the box office revenue. Of course, it is not easy. to say about the investment amount. It depends on the determination or courage of Europa Films. If they are unwilling to give it up, then no matter how much we say, it will be useless. Lyman also understood this truth, and he would not force it. Try to talk about it in this way. My bottom line is to have a 10% share of all the profits, and it is okay to calculate it by subtracting the director's salary. Okay, I understand. After talking with his agent Johnson, Lyman returned to work. The studio recruited 2 financial people to be responsible for daily operations, and Thomas also rushed over from Lyman to join the studio and be responsible for the management of filming equipment. In this way, the framework was barely set up, and there was no need to worry about the rest. On the other hand, Johnson was in high spirits. After receiving Lyman's service commission, he actively and frequently contacted many management of Europa Films and tried his best to promote the review progress of the new film project. The success of Fury and the commission he got, as well as the greater benefits of this project in the future, gave him endless motivation. In just 3 days, 2 rounds of interviews were held, and the tone of urging became stronger and stronger. The investment amount for this project is very large, so we must find a good time slot for it. Everyone, I think the summer time slot will be our best choice. Facing the management of Europa Films, Johnson was much more confident than before. He stood in his position and said the scene that everyone didn't want to see in a very calm tone. Time is a little tight. If you can't push the project review work to be completed as soon as possible, Director Lyman is likely to choose other companies as partners. He looked up and glanced at everyone and continued, for example, Paramount Pictures, Warner Brothers, Universal Pictures. You know, this is not the first time they have invited Lyman to cooperate with them. They seem very sincere. The executives of Europa Films certainly knew this was the fact, just like the madness of those investors after Fury performed well. In this regard, they would not underestimate the means of winning over their peers. Do you have any concerns? Johnson asked in confusion in the conference room. After these few days of contact, he found that Europa Films had a strong desire to shoot the film, but he didn't know why they had not completed the preliminary review work yet. Mr. Johnson, this is an investment of $100 million. It is not a number that can make people make up their minds quickly. After the agent finished speaking, an executive of Europa Films' distribution department said, if the cost of publicity and promotion is included, the total investment is likely to exceed $150 million. It will take us time to consider it, whether it is the mobilization of funds or something else. In short, it is not so easy to promote the project. But don't forget, this is Director Lyman's new work. Johnson's words seemed to make sense. Judging from past results, Fury alone can bring in a total box office of more than $500 million, not to mention peripheral and offline sales. In this way, you have made more than $100 million from this movie. And let's take a look at this new project. His words were very tempting. Although the investment is high, it also means that the box office revenue will be higher, and the script has both commercial element and human characterization. This is his best character creation, and he has proved this point. I think the risk is not as big as imagined. Although Europa Films also agrees with this, it will not completely agree with Johnson's statement. What do you mean? You made $100 million on Rage, and offline revenue doesn't need time. I think it would be more convincing if I said this again in 5 years. At best, they have only received more than $50 million on this. Johnson continued to talk endlessly, and listening to his words, this new project is simply a sure win, and you will only regret it if you miss it. But the senior executives of Europa Films are not stupid. Although they are also interested in promoting the project, there is one thing they are not sure about: how to raise funds for this project with a production cost of nearly $100 million. It is definitely not possible to invest in full by themselves. In case of serious losses, they may have to apply for bankruptcy protection like those producers in the past. If they do not invest in full, whether it is mutual cooperation, to bear risks or public financing to raise funds, they need to carefully examine it. They are still hesitating, and this is also the reason. Johnson naturally notes that the people of Europa Films are procrastinating because of the high risks that high production costs will inevitably bring. I have an idea. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, for Europa Films, since you think the risk of investment is too high, why not seek cooperation from outside? Both Paramount Pictures and CAA are very interested. What do you think? In addition, director Lyman himself is willing to invest in his own project again. Do you think it is feasible? It is feasible, but an executive also said, we have ideas in this regard and are negotiating with Paramount Pictures. And you said that director Lyman wants to invest a share. He glanced at Luc Besson, who was sitting in the first seat. Seeing his calm face, he also remembered the topics they had talked about before. After all, Lyman was successful again, and the corresponding treatment must be increased when they cooperate next time. There is no way this is a reality. The days of giving some shooting salary casually in the past are long gone. If you want to maintain a continued cooperative relationship, you must make appropriate concessions. Of course, you can't give too much, which will be detrimental to future cooperation. Tell me about your conditions first, he asked. This is also a common negotiation method. First test the other party's tone. A basic salary of $13 million plus a 15% share of the box office revenue and an investment amount of $15 million, and you will enjoy the investor's returns in proportion. Johnson was not polite and asked for a huge sum, raising Lyman's bottom line by several levels. This was naturally a concession for better negotiations later. It would be even better if Europa Films could agree. Naturally, everyone was not happy with such an outrageous condition. But today's meeting ended here. It was not until 2 days later that the two sides held another negotiation meeting. Finally, after several rounds of tug-of-war, Paramount Pictures and Europa Films reached a negotiation first, passed the project review at the fastest speed, and notified Lyman to participate in the talks. People from Paramount wanted to meet to discuss the tripartite cooperation. Hope. Chapter 128. A little question. Please subscribe and recommend. The conference room of Europa Pictures was still so spacious, but the atmosphere inside seemed a little wrong. Lyman pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. He found that there seemed to be more people inside than he had imagined, and they were more famous. He thought it was a normal meeting, but now it seems that it is not so simple. Sorry, I'm late. Luc Besson greeted him with a smile. No, we just arrived. He gave Lyman a skilled hug, then turned to look at the people at the other end of the conference table. Let me introduce you. These are the VIPs of Paramount Pictures, and they will also join our discussion today. As Luc Besson spoke, the four people sitting on the right side of the conference table stood up one after another, with polite smiles on their faces, and their eyes met Lyman. Ms. Shirley Lansing, it's a great honor for you to come here specially. Those who come with bad intentions will not come with good intentions. Lyman took the initiative to greet Ms. Shirley, the CEO of Paramount Pictures. This is Anthony Joseph, the director of the marketing department of Paramount Pictures. Hello. This is Alan Braddon, the distribution department. Hello. This is Charles Louis, the publicity department. Isn't today's meeting to confirm the preliminary preparations for the project? If nothing unexpected happens, then we can start the preparations for the crew, the selection of actors, the arrangement of filming locations, etc. But such a grand ceremony seems a bit too grand. After shaking hands with everyone, Lyman thought to himself, especially Shirley Lansing, what's the matter with her coming? The last time we worked together on Fury, there was no such meeting. Lyman raised his head and glanced at Luc Besson. He looked calm, as if all this was normal. After a few pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Lyman, we have already your project plan and we all agree to run this project. But, Shirley Lansing spoke first. I have a few more questions I want to know. Please go ahead. Preparation for the project has always been the theme of today, and it is also what everyone is most concerned about, and Lyman is no exception. You want a basic salary of $10 million plus a 15% box office share and an investment quota of $12 million. This condition. She looked up at Lyman. Isn't it a bit too much? We are here to cooperate with sincerity, but we don't see any sincerity from your side. Please discuss this with my agent Johnson. Lyman smiled and didn't answer Shirley Lansing's topic at all. The day before, Johnson called Lyman to inform him that the negotiations had reached a deadlock. but he didn't expect that today the people from Paramount would bring this up. Shirley Lansing smiled and took the initiative to put aside the question. Anyway, it has not been finalized yet, and everything can still be discussed. I also want to ask, do you have a target candidate for the actor? This sentence made Lemon alert instantly. What does this mean? What do you want to say? Lemon pretended to ask. Shirley raised her eyes and glanced at Luc Besson, then looked at Lemon. Her back inadvertently straightened, and the polite smile on her face became brighter. I have a candidate, Tom Cruise. What? Tom Cruise? Let's go back to 3 days ago, when Europa Films intended to cooperate with Paramount Pictures again. The relevant news had already spread to the ears of relevant people in the industry. After all, Lemon's past directing achievements are there, and there are always people who want to pay attention to his actions. Once the new project was confirmed, CAA also took action. In Tom Cruise's mansion, Pat Kingsley drank coffee slowly and looked at the man who was thinking across from him. Tom, what do you think? This is Lemon Last's new film, with an investment of $100 million US. Of course I'm very interested. As early as the premiere of Fury, he had deliberately shown goodwill to Lemon. Now thinking about it, maybe it was not enough, and he should be more proactive. But who would have thought that such a director would be so efficient and productive? Less than 2 months after Fury was released, he had come up with another film project. But do I have a chance? Besides, there are only 3 characters with more screen time, but the images of those 3 characters don't seem to suit me. Don't worry, CAA will support you, and Paramount Pictures. Agent Pat Kingsley has been with him for several years, and knows Tom's interpersonal relationships very well. She immediately said, you can also try to contact Shirley Lansing. Doesn't she admire you very much? The 2 parties are negotiating now. We can take this opportunity to intervene. As for the character image, we just need to change the setting. It's not a difficult thing. You have also seen the market performance of Fury, and as far as I know, the movies directed by Lemon are always based on characters. Tom, this is what you need most at the moment. No matter what, you should try to participate in this project as much as possible at a price. Pat Kingsley continued to make suggestions. Tom naturally understood the agent's thoughts. Speaking of which, in recent years, he has not had any outstanding roles, and the market benefits of his works are as good as ever. But it is a terrible thing for an actor, especially a first-line actor like him, to have no well-known screen image. How many years can he keep playing cool roles? He is also ambitious. Just as Tang was thinking about the way to transformation, Lemon and the conference room fell silent. Is this the purpose of today's big show? To increase Paramount Pictures' leading power in the project? Otherwise, they will interfere in this and that. And the reaction of Luc Besson or Europa Films is also very interesting. They are in their own conference room, but they have been silent and let the guests lead the meeting. Oh, is this really a good choice? Recommending Tom Cruise to participate in the role in this project. As far as I know, he doesn't seem to have played a similar villain. There is no good guy and bad guys, which is really inconsistent with Tang's temperament. Besides, would he be willing to destroy his own image? This is really a question, and it depends on Shirley Lansing's answer. Just change the setting. I've read the script. As long as the undercover's ending is changed to return to the police force, everything will be very logical. No. Lemon refused without thinking. Why? In my opinion, this ending will be more in line with the market's choice than the ending you set. Then why must Tom Cruise be used? What can he bring? Expensive salary? Lemon's head turned, and he asked these questions. Why? Shirley Lansing smiled. Just because Tom Cruise found her and said he was willing to reduce his salary for the role. Just because he leaked that he could cooperate with Paramount Pictures on Mission Impossible 3 and take the initiative to reduce the share. These are enough for her to do her best to get Tom Cruise to join the group. Otherwise, she would not have come to Paris specifically for such a project cooperation. Wouldn't it be enough to send a supervisor to keep an eye on it? Anyway, the distribution work in North America is what they need to pay most attention to. As for the filming work, is Europa Films a fool? Now is a time of trouble. If she can lend a hand, she naturally wants to find a way to seize it. In the performance comparison of the 6 major Hollywood studios this year, Paramount Pictures ranked last again, and they have not had any work into the top 10 of the North American year-end box office rankings for 3 consecutive years. This is a terrible omen, and the decadent trend of production projects is becoming more and more obvious. Although she has blocked the mouths of those board members with her relatively good distribution business, it is only a matter of time before she steps down if things continue like this. Shirley Lansing shook her head and threw away these distracting thoughts. Tom Cruise is a chess piece she needs very much. Not only does he have the dominant voice in the Mission Impossible series of movies that Paramount Pictures needs very much, but his market appeal is needless to say, and his overseas reputation is also amazing. She needs to win him over. If Tom Cruise only asks for a basic salary of $10 million US, his market performance is definitely worth this price. Lyman certainly knew that it was not outrageous to report Tom Cruise's worth at $15 million. Now he took the initiative to ask for $10 million, which was already a face giving, and it also showed his determination to the project. But the problem is that he doesn't want to change the setting. The objection he just mentioned is just an excuse, but Paramount Pictures has already discussed it with Tom Cruise in advance. It's a bit difficult. Chaotic thoughts kept circling in his mind, and Lemon subconsciously glanced at Luc Besson. Luc Besson noticed Lemon's sight and looked over, with a polite smile on his face. This is a very ordinary response, but considering the situation of today's meeting, it seems a bit strange. Lemon had never thought of the silence of Europa Pictures, and he had never thought of the strength of Paramount Pictures. Obviously, there are some things that Lemon didn't know and happened, such as Tom Cruise's idea, and whether Europa Pictures had reached some conditions with Paramount Pictures in private. With such a start, Lemon immediately felt a pressure. The attitudes shown by everyone on the scene liked to be mysterious, which really made him confused. It even made him feel that he was the one who was isolated. Tom is so enthusiastic because he has seen the project. He is really sincere and really wants to work with Mr. Lemon, said Shirley Lansing, who was wearing a black professional suit, looking very cool and powerful. And Tom and I have a consensus that your characterization of the script is indeed eye-catching. But slow down, time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Very Vision. Please subscribe and recommend. What kind of story does Bad Guys tell? In fact, the content is quite simple. The plot revolves around the conspiracy, calculation, and betrayal between the police, the undercover gang and the gang. But the character setting is particularly interesting. The police undercover became the boss of the gang, killed all the insiders, destroyed the police's internal information about his undercover, and washed his hands from white to black in one fell swoop. It can be regarded as a fusion of the 4 movies Infernal Affairs, the American version of The Departed, War on Criminals, The Heyday of Bad Guys and New World. The biggest golden finger brought by Rebirth. He really understood it after exploring the previous 3 movies. It's not an IQ bonus, charm bonus or anything else, but vision. The vision is broader and the vision is more accurate. He never dared to be arrogant. What's wrong with being reborn? Without resources and background, he was still played by society. The initial desire to release and the setbacks made him realize this truth in time. Fortunately, he understood it not too late. Moreover, the success of 3 Idiots and Fury also proved that his vision can really be turned into a good advantage. So when writing the script for this new project, he first thought about the characters, then the story that was connected by the characters, and then injected his own understanding of this aspect and his understanding of the film, and then carefully discussed with Ryan to ensure that the dramatic conflict would not be abrupt before completing the final draft. It is close to perfection. But obviously, Shirley Lansing doesn't think so. She continued, but about the ending of the plot, I don't quite understand it. If it follows the traditional undercover gangster movie, several gangsters are all dead or arrested by the police. Why leave a reversal? The informant was originally a good man. Why should he be cleansed? If you change the setting, wouldn't it be better to turn this character into a positive image? After Shirley Lansing finished speaking, she looked around, as if to solicit everyone's opinions. Sure enough, Anthony Joseph, the marketing director of Paramount Pictures, echoed, "If it's a positive role, Tom Cruise won't have any objections. He can join this project for only $10 million US. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good deal. Is it a good deal? Of course it is. Isn't it common to change the script? Sometimes, in order to be more in line with the image of the actor, don't changes often need to be made? Just move the pen, and you can get a first-line movie star, who is still popular, to join at a low salary. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation." The eyes of the people of Paramount Pictures are all focused on Lemon, which is very oppressive. On the other hand, the people of Europa Pictures are all indifferent. Luc Besson even adjusted his sitting posture and leaned back, crossed his hands on his waist and abdomen, and made a gesture of watching the fun. For him, how the script is changed is none of his business. It is a matter for the director and the investor to convince each other, or unify their statements. Anyway, he supports Lemon, and that's enough, but he also wants to see how Lemon will respond. Didn't he know what Paramount was planning? He knew. Were Lemon's conditions excessive? Not excessive, but for Europa films, they were excessive. These were two different perspectives, and they were not contradictory. He was the director, so he could understand. He was the person in charge of Europa films, so he needed to weigh the pros and cons in more detail, and adjust the differences. It was a simple truth. I hope this story can bring different feelings to the audience, and I also want to dig out the indifference, cruelty, selfishness and other aspects of human nature. The final reversal setting is the product of all of this. In other words, Lemon's voice was neither hurried nor slow, neither humble nor arrogant. His calm and steady voice made people unconsciously focus their attention. This setting is the biggest highlight of this story that distinguishes it from other gangster movies. If it is changed, the climax of the entire plot will disappear, and the dramatic conflict will be reduced by more than half, which means there is no novelty. Is this what you want to see? Also, I don't know if anyone here knows a movie. It was produced in Hong Kong, China, called Infernal Affairs, and it also talks about undercover agents. Does anyone know about it? It's a police and gangster film that was released last year. I heard that it did well, and the North American adaptation rights were bought by Warner Brothers. Alan Braddon, head of distribution at Paramount Pictures, said, "But I don't know the details. I borrowed the setting of the undercover changing his identity from the movie." Lemon continued. He didn't care whether anyone knew this story or not, but his proposition and filming concept was to make them understand. Some people yearn for light, and some people yearn for darkness. Everyone will interpret others from their own standpoint, their own perspective, and their own interests. Unfortunately, the undercover in the story is such a tragic character. He was pushed into the darkness step by step. In this case, why should he yearn for light? Regardless of whether they understood it or not, at this moment, they were all listening carefully to Lemon's interpretation of the script, just like the senior police officer who made him an undercover, saw that he had no qualifications, simple interpersonal relationships, and no relatives or friends at home, so he tore up his police file and sent him to the gang as a spy. He was driven all the way, but the police were still wary of him and did not completely trust him. Do you know why? Because he is a chess piece. Does a chess piece need to know the thinking of the chess player? It is precisely because he is a chess piece, an unimportant soldier, that he will move forward and go all the way after crossing the Chu River and Han River, because he can no longer turn back. He has killed many people. The police did not ask him to kill, but he did it, because if he didn't kill, he would die. It's not easy to be a gangster. Climbing up step by step has cultivated his cruelty. People will change. From that moment on, he is no longer a good person. Do you understand this cause and effect relationship? Shirley Lansing looked at Lemon's hurried talk. Somehow, his expression was calm, but he seemed to be laughing, which made her feel a little uncomfortable, as if Lemon's words had a hidden meaning, satirizing her behavior today. In fact, it was no different from those chess players. They only stood on their own standpoints, considered their own gains and losses, and acted as they wished. Shirley Lansing was a little unsure if she had understood it wrongly. Maybe it was really the setting. When he wrote the character, Luc Besson put down his hand and restrained himself from laughing out loud. It was getting more and more interesting. Lemon, he turned his head and looked at him. Seeing the puzzled expression on his face, he was even happier. This is the theme of the movie I want to express, and it is also the core idea of the script. Do you think it is as simple as just changing the ending? If you really want to do that, you probably have to start over. I don't know when this project can be established. This simple sentence almost destroyed the psychological defense of everyone in Paramount Pictures. Even the senior executives of Europa who were watching on the side wanted to say something, but looking at Luc Besson, who was still silent at the top, they thought about it and injured it. Maybe they couldn't understand that the consequence of exchanging Tom Bruce for a small script change was that the director didn't want to direct and wanted to overturn the project. This result was not what they wanted to see, and Shirley Lansing certainly didn't want it either. To put it bluntly, the reason why she had been restraining herself from discussing the matter today was that she was optimistic about the director Lemon, so she made up her mind to cooperate with him, not anything else. Does Hollywood lack creative themes? Does it lack good scripts? Never. Their own document library is full of content projects submitted by people from all over the world who are interested in entering the film and television industry. They can't even finish reading them, but what is the use of that? What they lack is people who can turn stories into shots. Directors, not content creators. The effect that a good director can bring is huge. Look at Titanic. If you throw away the shell, it is just an extremely bloody love movie. But with the ship, the people and things on the ship, and James Cameron, everything becomes different. The director's blessing effect on the film is obvious. Okay, do you have any target candidates for this role? Shirley Lansing asked. She didn't want to talk about any setting issues anymore. Withdrawal of the project was something she never wanted to see. Besides, in the face of the very likely profit prospects and her own career, is there any conflict that cannot be reconciled? Directors are stubborn creatures, especially young people like Lemon, so why not give in a little? No, not yet, Lemon said awkwardly. He didn't know many actors, and he liked to use acquaintances, so Heath Ledger and Nicolas Cage both designed roles according to their image characteristics. However, he didn't have a clear goal for the undercover role of the three main roles. But it seems that changing the setting and the way Tom Cruise did would not work for him at all, and there is no possibility of negotiation on this matter. The title of the film is Bad Guys, and you have a great and glorious good guy. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't fit. Besides, that's not his idea of filming. Are there any general requirements? Shirley Lansing asked again. Age over 30, well proportioned, with softer facial lines, and a gentle temperament. It's almost the same as saying nothing. With such conditions, Hollywood actors would pay at least $8,000, if not $10,000. But it's okay, the conditions are not harsh, just take your time to choose, and there will be more room for choice. We will select the general cast according to the script, and I hope to enter the early preparation stage of this project as soon as possible. Shirley Lansing turned around, looked at Lemon and Luc Besson, and then said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Close to you. Chapter 130 Exchange of Interests, Subscription Recommendation. The people from Paramount left, not in a good mood. Then, the people from Europa Films also left one after another, leaving only Lemon and Luc Besson in the huge conference room. He knew that Lemon would definitely have doubts at this time, so he took the initiative to stay. In this new project, Paramount Pictures will invest $60 million, and they will have a lot of say, Luc Besson said to himself. But these words made Lemon even more confused, and he cast a puzzled look. No wonder the people from Paramount are so strong. It turns out they have the confidence. They gave up the copyright of the film and only asked for a share of the profits. They also gave us the overseas distribution rights except North America, and stated that they would not interfere. Luc Besson stood up and said slowly, this is an offer that people can't refuse, so we also agreed to their excessive investment ratio. In order to ensure the protection of the rights and interests of all investors in the offline share, in theory, each investor should hold a part of the film copyright according to the investment ratio. For example, the Mission Impossible series was obviously led by Paramount people, but because Tom Cruise was very courageous at the time and took the risk of filming with a large investment, he held more film copyrights than Paramount people, which means that if this series of movies wants to be filmed, Tom Cruise can't be avoided. This is also the reason why Shirley Lansing advocated for Tom Cruise to join. Everything is inseparable from an exchange of interests. Paramount wants to expand its business, which is also a self-protection method for Shirley Lansing. Tom Cruise wants to transform and does not want to be a screen vase. Europa Films does not want to take too much risk, but wants to control long-term benefits. As for Lyman, it is the same. Now there is a stalemate over the profit sharing and investment amount. Doesn't he have his own considerations? Well, I understand. After saying that, Lyman shook hands with Luc Besson and politely left. After leaving the headquarters building, he called his agent Johnson and told him to reach an agreement with Europa Films as soon as possible, and it would be okay to slightly lower the conditions. After giving the order, Lyman put down his phone, looked at the blue sky above his head, and couldn't help laughing slightly. Originally thought it was just a simple meeting, but I didn't expect so much trouble to happen. It's good to toss. People should toss more when they are alive. In Tom Cruise's mansion, just after lunch and a nap, his agent Pat Kingsley called. Tom Cruise was not surprised because he knew that the Paramount people flew to Paris to discuss with Lyman. He thought that the matter was settled and felt a little relieved. "Hello, Pat, this is Tom. Are you home now?" "Yes, I'm at this property in Beverly Hills." There was some silence on the other side, which made Tom Cruise realize something. Something may have happened about the role of the new project. The agent tried to be tactful. "Why?" he asked calmly. To be honest, he really didn't expect that he would be rejected. He was willing to reduce his salary to join. As long as he did it, it would basically be successful. But his sincerity did not seem to work. Lyman is unwilling to change the story setting of the script, so although the agent's words were vague, Tom Cruise still roughly understood what happened. To put it bluntly, his value was not very important to others, and they were not willing to change anything for him. "I'll come over right away. Let's meet and talk. It's hard to explain over the phone," Pat Kingsley continued. Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone, Tom Cruise instantly lost his good mood. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative, but the result disappointed him. He has been thinking about transformation for a long time. The failure of the reputation of Mission Impossible 2 made him realize that his market appeal was slowly declining, which is a terrible thing for an actor, especially for an actor like him who has been ridiculed by film critics as no acting skills and vase person. Remind you, the director of Mission Impossible 2 is Wu Beige, so everyone understands. Later, he participated in the romantic art film Vanilla Sky, participated in Steven Spielberg's Minority Report, and participated in many movies with the main story rhythm, rather than the most handsome and cool commercial films he had taken in the past. He did not consider the amount of pay, but thought about the depth of the role, but it was no surprise that the group of harsh film critics still did not let him go. After so many years in the film industry, of course, there will be no day to make enough money, but who doesn't want to be praised by others and make money at the same time? Will you always feel comfortable when you are always scolded? He wanted to prove that he was not a vase actor, but there were no suitable roles. From July last year to this year, he had not accepted any roles. Why? Because he found that except for those cool roles, no one would look for him. To put it bluntly, even people in the industry think that he is best suited for roles that do not require too much acting skills. The life of an actor is really wonderful. Tom Cruise enjoyed the feeling of becoming famous overnight, but when he felt that he should not continue to develop like this and wanted to break through the limitations of his type, he found that he had been put into too many shackles. People's impression of him has long been fixed. To be honest, he envied Nicolas Cage. People were willing to look for him for any role. He also won an Oscar and made great achievements in commercial films. It seemed that there was nothing that could stop him. Oh, that Wind Talkers did not count. He did not want to waste half his life and be remembered by everyone for the roles in Top Gun or Mission Impossible. Who would want to be a vase when they can be powerful? You know, no matter how good looking a vase is, He will get old one day. He is 41 years old and no longer young. At his age, many roles are naturally limited. The competition among middle-aged male actors over 30 is also very fierce. Although it is not as exaggerated as that of female actors, the 30-year-old threshold basically cuts off the way out for vase actors. If they don't transform, they will die. But he also truly felt the changes in this market. If you don't advance, you will retreat. It was not until he discovered Heath Ledger that he came up with some new ideas. He is not as handsome as himself, but his acting skills have been recognized by a number of film critics. And he only used 2 movies to go from being tepid to his current status in The Circle, a one-man show Buried, and a group show Fury. Both movies were directed by Lyman, and he also created to-screen characters with different images, and both were well received. Since then, Tom Cruise has been very concerned about the premiere of Fury and the market performance of Fury. After knowing that Lyman has a new project, he took the initiative to fight for it. Unfortunately, he seems to have failed. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Agent Pat Kingsley came to Tom Cruise's home. When the two met, they were not in a good mood. They sat on the sofa facing each other and were speechless for a while. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, and it was Pat Kingsley who spoke first. Not long ago, the Paramount people came back to Los Angeles, and Ms. Shirley Lansing also called me and said that she was powerless to do anything about this matter. Later, after I asked the people who attended the meeting in detail, I learned that director Lyman's attitude was very firm, and he could not tolerate any request to change the ending of the story or the character setting. She glanced at Tom Cruise and continued, "Tom, what do you think? Can we still fight for it?" Tom Cruise did not hide his urgent attitude and said a little anxiously, "What if I continue to reduce the salary? Do you think he will agree? I think he may not care about this little salary." Pat Kingsley said euphemistically, "What a joke. A big production with an investment of $100 million US, leaving at least $30 million in salary space for actors. It is still no pressure to hire a first-line movie star. Then what should we do?" Tom Cruise was at a loss for a moment. Things did not develop as he expected, which really made people at a loss. But Agent Pat Kingsley is a person with ideas. She has been able to take over Tom Cruise's agent business for so many years, and she has her own uniqueness. On the way here, she had some ideas. At this time, seeing that Tom Cruise was very eager to fight for Lyman's new work, she said without hesitation, "Find Mr. Kevin Hine and ask him to make way for Lyman to meet with us. We will fight for the role in person. But will he be willing? He is a smart man. He will be willing." Pat Kingsley continued, "After the meeting, even Paramount couldn't do anything about the character setting. I think it would be useless, even if we continue to mention it." She took a deep look at Tom Cruise and suddenly asked, "This will damage the screen impression you have accumulated in the minds of the audience. Are you sure you still want to take on the role of a villain? I mean, with Lyman's consent?" Tom Cruise thought for a long time and still said, "If the role is really wonderful, I think I will definitely be willing." "Well, it's good that you have an idea. Remember to control the degree when discussing. If necessary, you can express your willingness to accept a further reduction in salary." Pat Kingsley obviously knew that her client had encountered a bottleneck in his acting career. If he didn't make a breakthrough, the road ahead would only become narrower and narrower. And Lyman is a hot new star director in Hollywood recently. He is obviously in a period of rapid career growth. It is necessary to establish a good relationship with him. Sober Heart. Chapter 131 Dialogue with Tom. Subscription recommendation. In March, Los Angeles can already smell the scent of summer. The cloudless blue sky allows the sun to shine down without any obstruction, mixed with the comfortable breeze, making people particularly enjoyable. Lyman, Thomas, Ryan, George and others pushed their suitcases out of the corridor of the international airport and got on the special car that Paramount and CAA came to pick them up. The group was divided into 2 groups, each sitting in the car, and then separated at the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard. Lyman was sitting in the CAA car. In addition to the driver, he was the only one in the car. Kevin Howe was supposed to come, but he didn't come because of something. The vehicle turned into Wilson Avenue and headed north. After passing the bustling shopping district, it gradually entered the luxury residential area on the hillside of Beverly Hills. The hustle and bustle of the city was left behind, replaced by a gradually settled tranquility. The environment here is really good, and it is no wonder that it has become a gathering place for the wealthy class in Los Angeles. Now, the project establishment work of the new project has been completely completed, and the controversial issues about his treatment and investment have also been determined. Thanks to the efforts of Agent Johnson, after several rounds of seesaw talks, everything was settled. The basic salary of $10 million plus 12% of the total profit of the film. The premise is that he has to invest $12 million, but in contrast, in terms of box office revenue, he also needs to sign a tiered profit sharing agreement. Mutual compromise, mutual concessions. Because Lyman focused the negotiation on the investment income of the film, he had to sign a box office profit sharing agreement. In other words, putting aside the identity of an investor, it is not easy to get the part of the box office profit that should be taken from the standpoint of the director's identity. Hollywood distribution companies are all vampires. If there is no sufficient profit guarantee, they will not easily let go. And this tiered box office profit sharing is their common means of avoiding director risks. If the global box office of Bad Guys in the future is only over $300 million, Lyman can only get the basic salary and investment return, and the basic salary will be settled in 3 installments, before filming, before post-production, and after the film is taken off the shelves, without any box office rewards. If the global box office exceeds $400 million, he will enjoy 3% of the box office revenue. If it exceeds $500 million, the share ratio will increase to 5%. If it exceeds $600 million, it will be 7% and the highest will be 10%, which is also the upper limit of the supplementary agreement, provided that the global box office exceeds $800 million, and no matter how much it earns thereafter, it will also be this ratio. To put it bluntly, the purpose of signing such an agreement is to avoid the huge investment risks brought about by too high initial investment. This is also the practice of Hollywood blockbusters. They like to tie the director and the movie tightly together. Anyway, the bigger the film sells, the more they earn, and they are not stingy to share some of the profits, but the premise is that there must be some profits. If you lose money, it is right to reduce the loss. If you don't sign such a profit sharing agreement, in case the box office of the movie is really not good, the director still gets a lot of share. Wouldn't they lose more? Think about it. Paramount Pictures has hired Allianz Fire Insurance Fund as the third party to bear the film, so how could they sit back and let such risks be exposed? The operation of every blockbuster can be said to be well considered, and Paramount is experienced, even more so. Beverly Hills has always been called the most prestigious residential area by the American people. Of course, this title is not, because the land price or real estate here is really the most expensive in the United States, but because it is the most famous. This city within the city in Los Angeles is home to countless Hollywood movie stars, and it can be said that it is a place that countless movie fans flock to. The CAA driver drove the vehicle smoothly into the Beverly Mansion area with experience, observed the road conditions skillfully, and finally stopped at the door of a mansion. He opened the car window, leaned out, faced the surveillance camera on the main entrance, and pressed the voice call button below. After a while, a voice came. "Okay, wait a minute, I'll open the door." The driver retracted his body and waited for the iron door to slowly open inwards. Then he released the handbrake and started the car, slowly driving into the mansion. The first thing that came into view was a green lawn with lush greenery and symmetrical symmetry on both sides. Lyman looked at it with interest. The small fountain, the columns, the tall trees planted around the wall, etc., all gave him a different visual experience. Passing the front yard, the driver parked the car at the door of a residential building. Lyman opened the car door and got out of the car. A man in casual clothes heard the voice and walked out of the house quickly. "Hey, man, welcome." The one who greeted him was the owner of this mansion, Tom Cruise, who is now an A-list star in Hollywood. "You go back first," he said to the driver, then turned around and said with a smile, "Lyman, I'm sorry to ask you to come here. This is absolutely impolite of me." Facing his enthusiasm, Lyman also showed a polite and courteous smile. "It's okay, it's Milner." The two exchanged pleasantries and walked into the exquisitely decorated house. Lemon has always maintained the necessary distance from this. He and Tom Cruise are not familiar with each other, and they don't have any friendship. He can come here today because of Kevin Howe's invitation, but he didn't expect that he had something to do at the last minute. Then let me do my best to be a good host today. Since we met at the premiere of Fury, I have always had this idea. Tom Cruise said sincerely. Of course, you are the host. Lemon responded calmly. After the tour, the relationship between the two became closer. At this time, sitting under the sunshade by the backyard swimming pool, Tom Cruise personally brewed 2 cups of coffee. "How is it?" he asked with a smile, watching Lemon take a sip at the right time. "Very good." Lemon likes to drink coffee, but it is difficult for him to say whether it is good or bad or taste it. He put down the coffee. "I heard that you are very interested in the undercover role. Isn't it for this matter that he came to him with Kevin Howein's favor?" Lemon didn't want to play dumb and said directly. Tom Cruise paused for a moment with his hand holding the coffee cup, looked up at Lemon. "Yes, when my agent told me about this project, I was interested in it. But it seems that when you were communicating that day, you were not very confident about my performance." After saying that, he took a sip of coffee. "I don't have a target candidate for this role, but I won't change the setting for an actor." The initiative of the conversation has always been in Lemon's hands. He doesn't mind who joins the crew, but first of all, the candidate must make him feel feasible. "So, Tom, your conditions are too harsh, and I can't do it. Is it really like this?" As Agent Pat Kingsley said, Tom Cruise's positive screen image, which he has always been concerned about, naturally conflicts with this project, and director Lemon will not reconcile. So, he can only give in, and he is mentally prepared for this. "What if I can accept the setting of the role?" After a moment of silence, Lemon was really surprised to say this. He originally thought that Tom Cruise personally invited him, but just wanted to persuade him to change some settings for him through face-to-face communication, but he was willing to accept it. So, what are the benefits of Tom Cruise joining? With unparalleled market appeal, even a literary and romantic movie with a slightly bland plot like Vanilla Sky can sell $100 million in North America. It is conceivable what his face means to the promotion of box office. The only worry is whether he can play this role well. Although objectively speaking, Tom Cruise's talent is not in acting. Brad Pitt is the same, and Leonardo DiCaprio is the same now. After several years of tempering in literary and artistic films, his performance has become vivid and natural. But can people be trained? Which actor is born to act? Lemon thought about the pros and cons, then took out a document from his briefcase and put it on the small table in front of him. "This is the character biography I wrote for the undercover role. You can take a look. This is a simple character and background analysis without involving specific plots. In fact, this should be grasped by the actor himself, but because when Lemon wrote the script, he first wrote the character settings, and then a series of things happened to these characters, based on their own personalities, so it is not a big deal." But Tom Cruise was a little surprised. He thought that Lemon's style was like this, comprehensive and rigorous, even writing his own character analysis. This made him more certain that Lemon was serious about the cooperation, and that the chances of success were infinite. As a first-line Hollywood star, he could be said to have a lot, but he never got rid of the shadow of Oz, which was almost a problem for him. This time, it must be his chance. Tom Cruise thought so, and took the character biography written by the director himself. The story begins with a policeman named Caden Ian who just graduated and joined the police force. After a routine patrol, his boss found him. After reading his information file, he tore up his written file registered with the police force in front of him. "I have something I need you to do." Name: Caden Ian. His father was a policeman who died in a gang fight 3 years ago. His mother was an elementary school teacher who died of illness last year. His family relationship was simple, and his relatives basically cut off contact with him. Is there any better choice than a police disciple with a good family background to go undercover? He has outstanding academic performance and is good at close combat. This is a very good covered plan. Lock me up. Chapter 132 Preparations. Subscription recommendation. Tom Cruise is an actor, and he also has the ability to discern the depth of a character. And there is no doubt that Caden Ian has a considerable space for performance. After reading the character's biography, he just felt a little itchy in his heart. Whether it is from a policeman to an undercover, or from an undercover to a complete rebellion, the whole psychological struggle is deep enough, and can be seen as an invisible tug-of-war collision between the concept of good and evil and the cruel social reality. Killing for the sake of killing, brotherhood, love, police precautions and guilt for killing his brother, extremely cold, bit by bit. Cadmian's humanity is annihilated, strangled the last bit of his perseverance, and then completely plunged into darkness. This kind of performance with a huge contrast between the characters before and after, and both forbearance and outburst, can be imagined to be challenging for the actor. He was moved. Lyman, why did his boss choose him as an undercover in the first place, and then be on guard against him everywhere? Tom Cruise raised his head, and asked the doubts he had when reading the character's biography. Because if you wear the mask for too long, you can't take it off. Do you remember what his boss said, before he thought of this idea? It is common for people working undercover to have disloyalty and mental breakdown. He doesn't want to carry out this plan. Okay, Tom Cruise held up the biography and expressed his understanding. Then, for a moment, he didn't know what to say. So, you don't want to, because the character is the biggest villain? Lemon's teasing made Tom Cruise stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled. Of course not. I just don't know how to express my determination to act. Haha. Lemon said with a smile. In fact, you haven't seen the real script yet. If you read the whole story, I think you will be more interested. Tom Cruise admired Lemon's confidence. He said, then, can I get this role? When this question came out, Lemon did not answer immediately, but put away his smile, and looked at Tom Cruise's eyes seriously, and said, Tom, first of all, I want to emphasize that once you enter my crew, you must obey the arrangements of the crew, especially in daily filming. Can you do it? Lemon spread his hands and expressed helplessness. You know, if you don't obey the requirements, the filming will probably be a mess. I don't want the actors' roles to be bigger than the entire crew. Can you guarantee it? Lemon's unexpected words also made Tom Cruise think seriously. Finally, he said, if you have any other requirements, you can tell us all at once, so that we don't have to bargain again. Sure enough, Tom Cruise's attitude towards the role is obvious, and he is very determined. I'm not sure about your salary. If it's too expensive, I think it will be difficult for the crew to afford it. Lemon said tactfully. After all, the condition for reducing the salary is to change the setting of the story. Now that it is not changed, it is unknown whether the joining condition will change. This is also a problem that Lemon is very concerned about. Although he left salary space for filming bad guys, he thought that Heath Ledger and Nicolas Cage's salaries would inevitably increase due to the good market performance of Fury, and this aspect also needs to be considered. But Tom Cruise was much more courageous than Lemon had imagined. He said directly, I can promise you a salary of $8 million plus 5% of the North American box office share. How about that? Tom Cruise has been in Hollywood for nearly 20 years and is very familiar with the market situation in the industry. Although he rarely takes the initiative to lower his price, he has done a great job. Lemon didn't say anything else. This condition can be said to be a big concession. He also stretched out his right hand neatly. After you sign the contract with Paramount, I will send you a complete script. You can think about your old changes in combination with reality and scenes. Tom Cruise was obviously very satisfied with Lemon's recognition. He showed a hearty smile on his face again, and grasped Lemon's right hand. Then wait for my news. I will also wait and see how exciting your story will be. Of course. After leaving Tom Cruise's mansion, Lemon took a car to Warner Studios. Entering the rented main studio number 3, Ryan, Thomas and others have already started to get busy. As the saying goes, the army has not yet moved, but the food and grass must be prepared first. Although the actors have not been found, it does not prevent Lemon from starting to prepare for some preliminary work for the filming. Selecting the filming location, preparing the costumes, props, and scenery in advance, all these take time. In addition, the equipment needed by each department during the filming period must also be prepared. Ryan was discussing the scenery issues during the filming with the scenery team and saw Lemon coming over. Lemon. Director. Director Lemon. The people in the scenery team took the initiative to greet them. Lemon nodded to them one by one, then walked to Ryan and asked, "How is it? Have the cameras we asked for arrived?" Europa Films is still very reliable. 10 latest models of Sony cameras have been bought for us. They will arrive at our place next week at the latest. It will definitely not affect our filming work. Well, although there is no rush, you still have to keep an eye on it. Lemon still reminded. Well, Ryan nodded. Also, Lemon asked, how are the locations being discussed with Paramount Pictures? Now it is becoming more and more popular to shoot in overseas regions, and the tax rebates there are what they are looking for. Bad guys will naturally not stay in Los Angeles for filming. Although the United States always shouts loud slogans to support movies, it actually gives far less. Australia, Britain, Canada, New Zealand, France. Ryan reported a series of place names, and then he said, there are some differences in the conditions for these tax rebates, but the difference is not very big. Paramount people don't have any ideas, but Europa Pictures hopes that we can go to France for filming. Will the subsidy option be added to us this year? Lemon was a little surprised. By the way, although countries such as France, Britain, and Germany also provide tax subsidies for filming, most of them are digested internally, and even the quotas for each year are divided up by local film companies at the beginning of the year. This is why countries such as Australia and New Zealand, which are developing in the later stages, can quickly become popular filming locations. They treat everyone equally and give tax rebates as long as they meet the standards. Well, Europa Films has secured a spot for us. Then let's choose France. Lemon didn't care about this. Anyway, he would go to whichever place offered the biggest discount. What about the actors? Tell me about the audition registration. The main roles of the film have long been decided. For example, the undercover will be played by Tom Cruise. If nothing goes wrong, the brother who fights side by side with the undercover in the gang will be played by Nicolas Cage, the second in command of the gang, who will also compete for the position in the gang in the future, will be played by Heath Ledger. This is something Lemon has considered, and they have been designed according to their respective images. For example, Nicolas Cage's character is a gangster who has fought his way up from a young age. He has a rough personality and values loyalty the most, while Heath Ledger's character is a bit moody and likes to kill the whole family at any time. He is very neurotic and has some shadows of the Joker in later generations, but the Joker is more crazy and has a more eccentric personality. As for other roles such as police, gang thugs, or the wife of the undercover, informants, etc., they all have no goals. Or he had a rough idea of the character, but he just needed specific references for the actors. The situation is not bad. Once the information about our recruitment spread, quite a lot of people signed up. CAA, Williams and other agencies also sent a list of names. Do you want to take a look? Ryan handed Lemon a few application forms. Lemon looked at the first one, which was provided by CAA. There were 6 candidates in total. They recommended Morgan Freeman for the role of the undercover boss, who had the most scenes. As for the other roles, they were Aaron Eckhart, Gray Ash, and Harvey Porterfield. Gwyneth Paltrow was recommended for the role of the undercover wife. It must be said that CAA is still quite powerful, although Lemon has always been committed to not allowing CAA people to intervene too much on his set. Lemon felt that their recommended list was not bad for a moment. CAA also made full use of their advantages. Not only did they tailor the list of actors based on the setting of the characters in the script, but they also had enough actor resources to do so. They could also pick 1 out of 10, which was appropriate and high quality. This shows CAA's confidence from the fact that they only recommended 1 actor for each role. I can only say that CAA is worthy of being CAA. Send all these lists out, ask them to prepare for the audition, and we will pick a time to screen them. After reading these recommendations from major agencies, Lemon saw many familiar names, such as Kate Beckinsale, Jessica Alba, and Vanessa Paradis. But anyway, it was impossible to rashly decide on a role before a formal audition. Lemon was not familiar with them, so what was the use of just knowing their names? Unlike Heath Ledger, Nicolas Cage and other actors who had worked with him, everyone had a basic understanding of them, so that they would be very straightforward when working together. Just like Heath Ledger, who only heard Lemon say that he needed to clear the April to June schedule, immediately agreed to it. You can't compare. Stay. Chapter 133 Rose Vase. Subscription recommendation. Hello, Kate, this is Boren. The familiar voice on the phone shocked Kate Beckinsale. This is her agent. Recently, because of the failure of Pearl Harbor, he has not contacted her for nearly half a month, as if he had forgotten her. Without waiting for her to ask, Boren continued, you are in Los Angeles now. Yes. Then you should rush to Hollywood as soon as possible. There is an audition opportunity at the headquarters of Paramount Pictures at 2 p.m. What movie is it? What role is it? Kate Beckinsale asked quickly. I don't know the details, but this is the new work directed by Lyman last. Tom Cruise has confirmed to join. Do you have any questions? What do I need to prepare? Wear formal clothes and be on time. You can do the rest yourself. I have heard very little news. They do a good job of keeping it secret. After that, the other party hung up the phone. Boren is a senior agent of ICM agency. He made a lot of efforts to help her defeat a large number of competitors and become the heroine of Pearl Harbor. Unfortunately, after the market effect of the movie did not meet expectations, he paid less and less attention to her. Cruel? Not at all. It can only be said that her luck is too bad. Hollywood is harsh on actresses. Not only is the salary of male actors of the same rank much higher than that of female actors, but even the roles are rarely played by women. Kate Beckinsale sat on the sofa in her home, shook her head, and threw away the distracting thoughts in her mind. In any case, the agent has now secured another audition opportunity for her, and it can be seen from his words that he attaches great importance to this audition. All she can do is try to get it. Go to the bathroom, take a shower, change clothes, go out, take a taxi, and arrive at the headquarters of Paramount Pictures. It was not until Kate Beckinsale stood in the elevator of the building that she felt a little nervous. In fact, she knew nothing about the next audition. She didn't know what type of movie she was participating in, who would audition, and what role she would audition for. In short, the extreme lack of information made her a little lack of confidence, and the feeling of being ignored recently made her feel unsure. The elevator went up to the 5th floor, and the door opened. Kate Beckinsale took a few deep breaths, and encouraged herself secretly. When she walked out of the elevator, she saw a signboard with the words audition room hanging in the office not far in front of her on the right. She pushed open the door and looked inside. She found that there were already many people sitting in the seats forest, and many of them were people she had met before. Hi, Kate, you are here too. The person who greeted her was her fellow British man, Jason Statham. Kate Beckinsale walked over quickly, sat next to him, and also greeted him, Jason. Then, she couldn't help but ask curiously, do you know what kind of movie this is? Jason touched his bald head, and his words were also depressed. I don't know anything, but my agent asked me to come here, saying that there is an audition, and asked me to fight for it. But what can I fight for? I don't even know what to play. He looked around, and became more helpless, and there are so many people, I don't know if I can be selected. Kate Beckinsale didn't say anything when she heard this. She began to change the subject, and talked about her hometown. The two chatted and waited for the audition to begin. All the actors who participated in the audition, except for those under CAA, may have some extra advantages. After all, they know what kind of movie this is, and what the characters are like, but the others are really confused. Anyway, several important actors have been confirmed and signed 2 days ago. Heath Ledger's salary has increased to $7 million, and Nicolas Cage joined with $1.2 million plus 10% of the North American box office share. In addition to Morgan Freeman and Eva Green who have already been confirmed, the salary space of the actors has reached about $30 million. So this audition is mainly to select supporting roles, of course, and suitable female protagonists. There are only 2 female characters in Bad Guys, and they don't have many roles. According to the saying, it should be the 2 female protagonists, but in fact, they have much less roles than the male supporting roles. Men's roles will never be as good as women's. As for who to play, Lemon's requirements are actually quite simple. The image is suitable and the salary is not high. If these 2 points are met, they will pass. The choice of female characters is simpler, just be pretty and that's it. Their role is to be pleasing to the eye, and there is not much room for them to play. However, the role of Caddenvian's wife chosen by Eva Green is a bit challenging. After all, the role played by Tom Cruise is the most helpless. He is cautious in the gap between the strengths of the two parties, and his wife is the sunshine in his dark world, so her death will cause his life beliefs to collapse. It is a very critical turning point in the movie. Let's go. Ryan, are you free? Come with me to audition for actors. No, you can ask Thomas to go. Thomas, I still have to sort out the camera equipment, and I haven't checked the Sony cameras that just arrived yesterday, so. Okay, you are also busy, I'll go alone. After that, Lemon took a car to the headquarters of Paramount Pictures in Hollywood. Almost every director has his own favorite actors, such as Tim Burton and Johnny Depp, Martin Scorsese, Robert De Niro and Leonardo DiCaprio, Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks, and David Fincher and Brad Pitt. Because directors value the closeness of each other and like to form their own direct team. Even the filming team that often cooperates will not be easily replaced. The main reason for this phenomenon is that when shooting, everyone will form a tacit understanding. A team that knows each other well will always strengthen the director's control over the whole process and can shoot smoothly. In other words, people are emotional animals and will subconsciously choose to stay with people they are more familiar with. When Lyman took Heath Ledger into the audition room, Jason Statham subconsciously thought of these. For some reason, he felt a deep envy in his heart. As Heath Ledger gradually became popular, his acting career was also published more by media gossip. Jason Statham knew that this lucky guy was in a similar position to him 2 years ago, playing supporting roles, and supporting roles. He was either auditioning for supporting roles or on the way to auditioning for supporting roles. He often got disappointing answers, and he might not even be chosen for supporting roles. Until he seized that opportunity, he went to Cannes, France alone to participate in a new director's new film Buried, which was talked about by the media tabloids. Then Heath Ledger's acting career suddenly became smooth. He participated in Fury and was shortlisted as top 20 most popular actors 14 for his role as Norman. With this new film, he can continue to work with Lyman Lust, and even Tom Cruise and Nicolas Cage are his collaborators. When will he be appreciated by a director? Jason Statham scratched his big bald head, feeling unsure. Compared with age and qualifications, he is not good enough. He is no longer young, just like the kind of actor who is about to be abandoned. Maybe if he gets older, he won't be able to play even ordinary supporting roles. It's really annoying. When will he become popular again, like Heath Ledger? The works of this director Lemon are really popular. I don't know if I can be selected. Many distracting thoughts surged as Lemon took Heath Ledger to the audition room. Jason Statham knew that countless actors like him wanted to take advantage of him, and there would be many competitors. It's not just Jason Statham who has this idea. Kate Beckinsale, who was sitting next to him, also had the same idea. She was also thinking about how to get the role so that she could really have the qualifications to star in a hit movie. Just like the solemnity in the words of her agent, the failure of Pearl Harbor has brought her to the brink of a cliff. If she is not careful, she will fall to the bottom, and it will be difficult to turn over. Will she get the role? Kate Beckinsale looked around and saw Naomi Watts, Jessica Alba, Liv Menz, Gwyneth Paltrow. They were all very beautiful actresses who made a living by their looks. Oh, yes, she herself was also this type of actress. There was no advantage. She was secretly shocked. How is it, Heath Ledger? I see that you don't look very well. Lemon and Heath Ledger walked into the inner room of the audition room. Paramount staff on the side were setting up a camera to prepare to record the performance of the next audition. Nothing. I didn't sleep well last night, Heath Ledger said as he sat on Lemon's right hand. Are you studying the role again? I shouldn't have given you the script. Lemon also sat down and continued. You need to change this bad habit. Staying up late often is not good for your health. I know. I just couldn't sleep last night. He wanted to take a nap in the afternoon, but he received a call from Lemon, asking him to come over for an audition. Without thinking, he rushed over in his agent's car. Now, his mind feels a little confused. It's ready. a staff member came over and said, "Mr. Kalman, what do you think?" Lemon turned around and asked, "This person is a representative of the Hollywood Actors Guild and routinely supervises the auditions. However, it is usually just a decoration, just a job requirement. He has no say and no decision-making power. No problem for me, Mr. Lemon." He was very polite. Well, let's get started. Good time. Chapter 134. Can you smoke? Subscription recommendation request. Kate Beckinsale, Jessica Alba, Gwyneth Paltrow, Naomi Watts. A Paramount Picture staff member walked to the audition lounge with a list and read out, "You four can come in." Under the guidance of the staff, Kate Beckinsale and others followed into the inner room to prepare for their auditions. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Immediately, Lemon saw 4 pairs of long legs and beautiful women with their own characteristics, lined up in a row. Lemon flipped through the information in his hand. In fact, he was quite familiar with these women. Naomi Watts, whose charm was so great that even gorillas could not resist her, was also known as masturbating in the White House. Jessica Alba, the spokesperson for the Hollywood Bigvars, has played many roles with her sweet looks and has also won the market appeal of many young people. Gwyneth Paltrow, well, the Oscar winner, yes, that's Shakespeare in Love. In recent years, her career has been declining, without any glory as a queen of the screen. Kate Beckinsale is known as the British Rose. Although British actors have achieved more and more success in Hollywood with the passage of time, and the British media likes to brag, the title of British Rose is simply worthless. A series of British actresses such as Kate Winslet, Keira Knightley, and Helena Bonham Carter have been touted. But in fact, for people in the Hollywood industry, Kate Beckinsale has always been the best spokesperson for the British Rose. A talented woman with high IQ who dropped out of Oxford University with a major in French and Russian literature. Her first film, after dropping out of school, shone at the Cannes Film Festival, with a perfect mixture of classic and cold temperament. Unfortunately, these proud capitals did not help her in the entertainment industry, and her subsequent career trajectory also very embarrassingly proved the current situation in Hollywood, where studying is useless. "Introduce yourself," Lemon said. After a simple self-introduction, Lemon looked at Heath Ledger, who was sitting next to him. "Give them a random performance question." "Ah, what?" Heath Ledger didn't react for a moment. Wasn't he providing reference opinions today? How did he become an examiner? The appearance conditions are not bad. Try your acting and lines, and you can act with them. Lemon said so, and Heath Ledger also took the responsibility of the audition. "Well, if someone pointed a gun at you, what would you do? What would you say?" After speaking, Heath Ledger looked around and pointed directly. "Start from left to right. Miss Jessica, you go first." Jessica Alba heard it and took 2 steps forward, saying indifferently, "I can't imagine it." After saying that, she frowned and asked back with full energy, "So, this movie is actually looking for acting talent? I think it's enough for the actress to be of ours." Such a fair and above-board speech made Lemon laugh out loud. Although he thought so in his heart, and the audition conditions also focused on this aspect, he still felt happy when he saw Jessica Alba's matter-of-fact look. "So, do you think you have no acting skills? You don't have confidence?" Lemon followed her words and asked. Jessica Alba thought about it seriously. "No, I won't say that. I will say that I still lack the training of acting opportunities. So, can you give me such an opportunity?" Lemon was even happier. "Of course, I'm a person who likes to give opportunities, but I have another question I want to ask." "Director Lemon, please ask." Jessica Alba smiled. Sure enough, men are visual animals, and it is difficult to resist her charm. "There will be some nude scenes in the movie. Can you accept it?" Hearing this, Jessica Alba regretted. "Sorry, I can't play any role with large nude scenes." Her own positioning, which was arranged by her agent a long time ago, is quite in conflict with her screen image. Is there any teenage fan who would like their favorite star to show off his body in the movie? That's crazy. It will ruin all her previous accumulation. Jessica Alba shook her head, not very disappointed. "I can't do it, so I won't disturb your audition. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future." The straightforward actress turned and left the audition room. "So, what about you? Can you accept it? Is it completely nude?" Gwyneth Paltrow asked. Of course not. This is not a pornographic movie, just the back is going to be shown. Now, the remaining 3 actors have no objection. For people like them who don't rely on teenage fans, this bit of nudity is still acceptable. Okay, go on. It's your turn next, Onomi Watts. The next few finally performed well. But to be honest, they are not wrong about being vases. Although they have acting skills, they are not natural, and look a bit awkward. Fortunately, the role of the informant does not require much depth of acting skills, but it can pass. Kate Beckinsale stood there, looking at the 2 competitors next to her. Every opportunity in Hollywood is very important, but I don't know how the director will choose. Heath Ledger, what's your opinion? After the performance, Lemon pinched his brows and asked, who do you think is better? Or, who would you like to act with? The role of the informant was played against the second in command of the gangster he played. I think Kate Beckinsale is better. Heath Ledger was quite straightforward. He watched everyone's performance. Compared with the awkwardness, the English Rose was still slightly inferior. Well, Oklahoma, I'll ask again. Lemon turned around and looked at the 3 people waiting for news. He said very politely, Kate Beckinsale stays, and the other 2 go back and wait for notification. If you are selected, we will call your agent as soon as possible. Naomi Watts looked at Kate Beckinsale unwillingly, turned around and left the audition room. What, waiting for news? She has heard this kind of euphemistic rejection too many times. She also lost to Kate in the selection of the heroine of Pearl Harbor. But this time, it was still the same. As the 2 left, the surroundings became quiet. Miss Kate, the role you are going to play doesn't have many scenes. What do you think? To put it bluntly, although this is a vase role, it depends on whether the other party is willing to play it. I can accept it. Kate Beckinsale recalled the days after Pearl Harbor and her eyes became firm. As an actor, I can fight, speak, and cooperate with the scene. I have such professional qualities and just need a chance to show it. But what about your salary? Because of the role, I can't give you too high. Are you mentally prepared? Of course. Actresses are already low paid, and she has long been aware of this. At this moment, she just wants to seize this hard-won opportunity. That's good. You have no problem. Just go back first. We will notify your agent. I can. After getting an accurate answer, Kate Beckinsale did not leave, but asked hesitantly, can I know what the role I'm playing is like? She didn't mention the script. Because before the official contract, it is rare for the crew to release the script. Even if she signed the contract, it would be difficult for her to see the complete script. It is estimated that only the scenes of her role will be listed separately. Well, first of all, you have to know that this is a crime type gangster movie, and you will play the role of the police's undercover contact person. Lemon thought about the role setting and suddenly asked, oh, by the way, do you smoke? This involves her personal privacy, but Kate Beckinsale didn't hesitate and said directly, yes, I have touched cigarettes. The depression during this period also made her pick up this bad habit again. That's good. Your identity in the play is the owner of a cigar house, and you are also a pawn planted by the police, responsible for completing the handover of information with Tom Cruise. In order to conceal your identity, your second identity is the underground lover of the undercover played by Tom Cruise. Any other questions? Thank you. Let's stop here today. As soon as the voice fell, the staff on the side came to sort out the audition tapes, and Lemon and Heath Ledger turned and left. The preparatory work was very tedious. Lemon could not spend too much time on the actors. He only spent an afternoon to audition several supporting roles. As for the remaining extras, there was no need to hold any auditions. If he had any requirements, someone would come to cooperate with him. CAA and other agencies could easily meet the needs of actors. So when everything was finished, it was already late. Lemon took Heath Ledger to dinner and watched him get into the agent's car and leave. Then he went back to the hotel, took a shower, and ran to Ryan's room to discuss some things with him. Hey, Ryan, how is the preparation going? Ryan was looking at the shooting schedule. When he saw Lemon asking, he also replied, not bad, the preparation is going well, and we can start shooting in a few days. Then help me keep an eye on the assistant director. I want to find one. When shooting Fury, Lemon felt how important it was to have an assistant director. Some marginal roles could be handed over to such an assistant, which would also make it easier. Unfortunately, Thomas is unwilling to learn how to direct and only wants to be an executor. There is no choice but to find someone. Well, I will help you keep an eye out. This is me. Chapter 135. James Wen. Bad Guys is the largest crew that Lyman has ever managed. According to the shooting schedule and the tentative schedule, when the entire crew is at its peak and busiest, the main creators and extras can have more than 1,000 people. In addition, the movie has 2 main lines, and the scenes of each important character are not consistent, so they must be shot separately. According to his expected grouping principle, Lyman wanted to divide the crew into 2 groups to work simultaneously. He shot the gangster line, and the assistant director shot the police line. In Hollywood, there are many frustrated actors, and there are also many directors who lack opportunities to prove themselves. After Ryan went to the Directors Guild to post the recruitment information the next day, not long after, the staff there told him that many people were willing to come to the crew as assistant directors, and they all left their contact information and asked him how to arrange it, or what the screening criteria were. How to arrange it? Ryan didn't know. It wasn't him who was looking for an assistant director, so Lyman had to decide on this matter. After all, being an assistant director also means that they will be together day and night for the next 2 months. If you don't find someone who gets along well with you, it would be a sin. And the personality can't be too strong. To put it bluntly, filming still has to follow one voice. Lyman doesn't want someone to express different opinions beside him when he is filming. He can listen to the opinions of actors, but not directors. He doesn't need others to teach him how to film. How do you arrange it? Ryan, who came back from the Directors Guild in Warner Studios, found Lyman, who was communicating about the effects of the shooting, and said, "Just this moment, there are dozens of people who signed up." Ryan added, "The Hollywood film market is really hot, and the personnel reserves in various industries are also too much. Those who have filming experience, send your works here, and those who don't have them will not be considered. Of course, looking for an experienced assistant director." Okay. Ryan called the staff there again. In the afternoon, Lyman, who temporarily stopped preparing for the filming, ran to his temporary office alone and started to watch the film. You know what? There are quite a few experienced people, one of whom has been an assistant director in 3 crews, but unfortunately, his style is not suitable for Lyman. After looking at the whole afternoon, Lyman was exhausted, but still couldn't decide on the candidate. Most of the works here are simply the works of some directors when they graduated from the directing department of the academy, and their personal style is too strong. It's not that I'm picky, I just want to find an obedient assistant director who has directing ability, is professionally trained, and whose style matches mine. Lyman complained to Ryan. You can take your time to choose. There are still some people who have signed up. Ryan didn't say anything and turned around to do his own thing. 2 days later, the Directors Guild sent a lot of works again, but after reading them, they all failed without exception. But there was no way. The assistant director had to continue to look for it, so he had to ask the Directors Guild to pay more attention to see if he could find one that suited his taste. That afternoon, Lyman was discussing the filming with Thomas, and the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. This was his private phone, and not many people knew the number. "Lyman, I heard that you want to find an assistant director, right?" The caller was Heath Ledger. "Yes, I may have a suitable candidate here." Lyman was silent for a moment. "Then bring him over here, we can talk face to face." Although it was unclear why the director did not go through the Directors Guild, but found Heath Ledger, he decided to meet him. After returning to the office, Lyman sat for a while, and the door rang. "Come in." Then, Heath Ledger walked in with a familiar face. A man in his 20s, with a high hairline and a nation. Just based on this appearance, Lyman had a lot of good feelings. "Let me introduce you. This is James Wan." Heath Ledger took the initiative to introduce Director Lyman. "Hello." The young man looked a little restrained, and the forced smile on his face showed that he was very nervous. James Wan stood awkwardly beside Heath Ledger, looking at Lyman with a flattering smile. He is 26 years old this year, and has graduated from the University of Melbourne in Australia with a major in film for 3 years. but his career has not improved. When he first graduated, he was thinking about developing in Australia, but there were too few opportunities there, and it was especially cruel to newcomers. So a year ago, he came to Hollywood, with the most prosperous film industry in the world. There should be no shortage of opportunities. James Wan was right. There were many opportunities here, but they were not for people like him. Many times, people would show disgusted expressions when they saw his face. He knew why, because many white people hated yellow-skinned people, whether they were from Korea, Japan, or China. As long as they had Asian faces, they would discriminate against them undisguisedly. The funny thing was that black people who had always resisted racial discrimination sometimes hated yellow skin more than those white people, and often used foul language. Later, at a party held by a small group in Australia, he met Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger has always been committed to helping fellow Australians make a living in Hollywood, and is willing to give them some convenience. At that banquet, he met James Wan. Thanks to his identity as a director who graduated from a professional school and his experience of growing up in Australia, Heath Ledger fell in love with him and exchanged contact information with him. Until 2 days ago, he heard that Lyman was looking for an assistant director, and he immediately thought of his fellow villager. After calling him to inquire, he found that he had not joined the crew either. So, this scene today happened. Did you bring the work? James Wan nodded quickly, yes. Then he took out the videotape from his bag. After drawing the curtains, Lyman skillfully began to screen the film. The movie started, and the three of them sat quietly and watched it. This is a short film. The total length is less than 20 minutes. It tells the story of a woman who always has strange dreams at night, and this dream will continue to develop from the dream of the previous night every night. This kind of thing makes the woman very scared. She began to try to get herself drunk and take sleeping pills to numb herself, but it was useless. The dream still appeared. At the end of the film, the woman collapsed in despair. After watching it, Lyman closed his eyes and thought for a while. This work is still a little immature in some places, but it can be seen that James Wan's basic skills are still good, and he is quite spiritual. Judging from the current situation, it still meets his recruitment requirements. What are you doing recently? I'm taking some work at the Writers Guild. The answer was confusing, and Lyman did not hide his doubts. Looking at your works, you should be a professional director. I can understand that no one wants you to make a movie, but why don't you join the crew to hone your skills? What does it mean to take the job of a screenwriter? I need to make a living. James Wan was not embarrassed at all, and he directly stated his embarrassment. No one wanted me to be a handyman on the crew unless I gave up my salary and became an intern. Later, I had no money and I couldn't be an intern, so I had to go to the Writers Guild to help people write scripts and make some money. It was said indifferently, but he was really sad. He is a director who can write and direct, but he has completely become a marginal figure in the film industry. If the job of screenwriter can give him room for advancement, it would be fine. But what he does is to receive money anonymously, that is, the script he wrote, after completion, except for a fee for completing the manuscript. The script has nothing to do with him, and he will not even have the right to sign. Reality does make people constantly disappointed, but James Wan still gritted his teeth and persevered. He originally wanted to save some money, to make a movie with his friends, and then think of ways to see if it can be released on videotape. However, after receiving a call from his fellow villager Heath Ledger, he knew that a director was looking for an assistant, and he thought it would be a good idea to try, so he came over. All of Lyman's doubts were answered. He also understood James Wan's strength, so he stopped asking and said simply, "Okay, you can sign a contract later. Oh, by the way, where is your agent?" "I don't have an agent." James Wan laughed dryly. It's true that such a marginal figure in Hollywood would not have any agency looking for him before he became famous. Then find a lawyer, and the signing of the contract needs to be serious. Western countries still like to talk about the spirit of contract, and Lyman likes it too. He always thinks that favors are favors, and interests are interests, and they should be clearly divided. Doesn't he know that, if he mentions it to the actors when negotiating the price, he will get more favorable conditions for the crew to a large extent? But he never does this because it's unnecessary. Why save money for Europa Films and Paramount Pictures? Although he is also an investor, why should he help the capital side save money? You should take what you deserve. Isn't the profession of agent born for this? Thank you, Mr. Lemon. Join the crew after signing the contract in a few days. It's quite busy, and we are short of manpower. Thank you. Well, this kid is stupid and keeps thanking. Ray, I succeeded. After returning home with great joy, James Wan couldn't help but pick up the phone to share this with his good friend. What? I joined the crew, and I'm the assistant director. Congratulations, James. I told you you can do it. Which crew? Director Lemon's new work, Bad Guys. Oh, God, you're lucky. Mr. Heath Ledger recommended me to him. Really? That night, the two chatted for a long time. James Wan was so excited that he couldn't sleep in bed. He thought he finally got the chance and must seize it. Wake me up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Launch Promotion, Subscription Recommendation. April 3rd. The weather was fine. Tom Cruise drove towards West Hollywood in his agent's car. He bypassed the media reporters who began to pile up at the entrance of the reception hall of Paramount's headquarters building, entered from the side door, and took the elevator to the third floor. The elevator door opened, and Tom Cruise and his agent Pat Kingsley went to the fitting room. By the way, the styling and clothing of the movie Bad Guys are quite simple. After all, it is a modern drama, so it is enough to design it according to normal dress. And Tom Cruise came here, naturally, to take the final makeout photos and do some publicity activities before the filming. The two pushed open the door of the fitting room, and a wide range of clothes immediately came into view. There were also several wooden racks next to them, on which various tattoo stickers were placed. Where is Director Lemon? Agent Pat Kingsley asked, grabbing a busy staff member. In the first room on the right inside. Hearing this, the two walked down the passage and stopped at the first room on the right. The spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling glass windows clearly showed that there were also various kinds of clothes inside, and the staff were busy coming and going. Lyman. Tom Cruise greeted him. Lyman, who was sitting in an office chair, stood up and greeted him when he heard the voice. Tom, you are here. Try on the costumes first. You have to go downstairs to attend the opening ceremony later. Yeah. Because of Tom Cruise's status, his fitting room was arranged separately. At this time, after he entered the room, a thin and tall man followed Pat Kingsley. The man smiled politely. Mr. Tom Cruise, hello. I'm the stylist of the crew, and I will be responsible for your styling today. The identity of a gang undercover who is capable of running for the leader is naturally not low. When Tom Cruise, who had his hair trimmed and was wearing a custom-made black suit, stood in front of Lyman, he also had a sense of momentum of the leader. Not bad. Let's go down. Lyman said. Nicolas Cage, Heath Ledger and others who had already confirmed their styling in the play also went down to the reception hall on the first floor. Can you tell us what kind of subject this is? It's a crime film. There were many reporters in the hall. Under the coordination of the press officer sent by Paramount to host the interview, Lemon answered a few questions and immediately hid behind, pushing several leading actors out. Mr. Tom Cruise, what kind of role will you play? I promise everyone that this will be the most challenging role in my acting career. What about you, Cage? What role do you play in the play? It's a very interesting role. They were very skilled in dealing with the media. Anyway, they just avoided the important issues and added gimmicks. An hour later, Lemon winked at the press officer. The press conference before the start of the filming also ended. Clear the scene. Looking at the watch, he found that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lemon said to Ryan beside him, notify everyone to speed up. We have to hurry up to take the final makeout photos. We will use them for the media publicity tomorrow. Yes. The reception hall that was just being interviewed by reporters was immediately arranged by the crew to look like a conference room. The scene chosen for the final makeout photo is very simple, which is a meeting of the top gangsters. Nicolas Cage, Heath Ledger and Tom Cruise are all dressed in black suits, followed by a few younger brothers, and walk in from the corner of the conference room door one after another, showing the cool, cold, and ruthless aura of their respective roles. There are two forces in total: Heath Ledger's gang, the second in command of the gang, who represents the old power, and the third in command, Nicolas Cage and his right-hand man, Tom Cruise, who fights together. Thomas, is the camera position ready? Okay, the track is also laid out. James 1, leave it to you. This time, Lemon did not plan to shoot himself, so he stood aside and let James 1, who had just joined the crew, sit behind the monitor and watch. The actors who had re-applied their make-up also took their positions. Everything was ready, and the first test shoot began. In the huge conference room, there were several middle-aged people who were a little older. In the camera, Heath Ledger took the lead, and several younger brothers followed him into the conference room. One of the younger brothers immediately pulled open the chair on the right side of the first seat at the conference table. Click. Well, although he wanted to let James 1 shoot this part, so that he could absorb more shooting experience, but seeing someone make a mistake, Lemon couldn't help but interfere. It's like when watching a movie, the bad guys always like to talk a few words to show their superiority, but they are always seized by the protagonist to complete the comeback. Every time this happens, many viewers want to kick the bad guys away and do it themselves. Lemon is like this now. He is itching in his heart, and he shouted out loud, "Jason Statham." Lemon waved at him. Director Lemon. Jason Statham immediately walked over quickly. He had a tiger head tattooed on his right arm with a tattoo sticker. With his big bald head and a relatively burly figure, he looked like a bad guy. Were you nervous just now? Jason Statham's face was full of apologies. Ever since the audition ended and his agent told him that he was selected, he has always felt that it was not real. As an actor, he is about to miss the theoretical golden age of actors. He has filmed many movies and TV series, and he is not without male lead roles, but since he came to Hollywood to develop, he has not been given any opportunities, and occasionally has to go back to the UK to make a living. It's pitiful to see that he went to Hollywood because the British film market is not big enough, but he is not as good as he was in the UK. As for qualifications, Hollywood does not recognize his achievements in the UK. His starting point here is just higher than that of ordinary actors. But this time he plays a gangster thug who is the top combat force in the second in command camp. He is said to be excellent in firearms and close combat. It is also him who kills the third in command, played by Nicolas Cage, and his right hand man Tom Cruise's wife. He has a lot of scenes, although he still died, and the role is generally just a supporting role. But supporting roles are different from supporting roles. Can a supporting role with a few $1 million of investment be compared with a supporting role with an investment of nearly $100 million US? Or a director like Lemon who has very good box office results? The opportunity came inexplicably, and even his agent asked him if he knew anyone and had a connection. Jason Statham was naturally confused, although he also wanted to know if Kate Beckinsale had any connections. Otherwise, how could she win the role of the heroine from a large number of popular Hollywood actresses? After all, as a British actor, he knows the current predicament of his fellow countrymen. It's okay that Pearl Harbor did not meet expectations, and many film critics have criticized her acting skills. It is precisely because of this that he cherishes this opportunity more and more, and he has repeatedly pondered the role, but he didn't expect that he would make mistakes even when taking a make-up photo. Your walking movements just now were a little awkward, and your expression didn't work. Lemon looked at him and asked seriously, "What is your role? A gang member? Well, then you have to be more confident. This is your gang's company, and you are the most trusted confidant of one of the people in power. Now you are just attending the company's meeting on a routine basis, but because the big boss has died, you need to show some momentum to overwhelm the members of other gang teams and pave the way for your boss to take power. So you have to deliberately act a little arrogant and test the reactions of various people. Do you understand? Don't change your facial expression when you just enter, and have a fierce look in your eyes. When you pull open the seat, use more force to make some noise." Director Lemon, I understand. Jason Statham nodded repeatedly. "Go get ready, do it again." The actors took their positions again, and the filming began soon. This is a group play, and several old veterans who play gang leaders, but are on the verge of retirement have also found many old actors. J.K. Simmons, Hugo Weaving, Samuel Jackson. Many people may not be familiar with the first two, but the latter will later play the Jedi Master in Star Wars prequel, and will also be the director of SYNOPSIS in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This scene is to show the precursor of the turmoil in the gang, because the undercover Tom Cruise arranged by the police planned the gang leader to have a car accident last night. At this time, the gang leaders are panicked and have many speculations. With the arrival of several heads of the family, the atmosphere in the conference room became more subtle. The second head is in charge of the gang's shipping terminal, which has the most oil and water. The third head is in charge of the entertainment industry, not only doing flesh and blood business, but also nightclubs and other places. He has the most people under his command. When the gang was expanding its territory, the third head also contributed a lot, and had great prestige in the gang. Nicolas Cage and Heath Ledger looked at each other and smiled gently, greeting each other warmly. It seems that they have a warm relationship, but the hostility in their eyes is not concealed at all. The boss is dead. Who did it? Who will take this position? Both of them were afraid and believed that the other was responsible. Car accident? Oh, what a coincidence. The boss had just been released from prison and the accident happened when the security was the most lax. Who would believe it? The remaining senior executives sitting in the conference room also exchanged glances. It's time to choose a side. Jason Statham looked at everyone's face with interest, and the coldness in his eyes made Tom Cruise extremely unhappy. He couldn't help but speak out, but was stopped by his buddy Nicolas Cage. Sit down. The director of SYNOPSIS eased the situation. Pass. Seeing that Lyman had not spoken, James Wan shouted excitedly. Is this the director? So cool. Lyman nodded slightly on the side. The old actor is different. He easily controlled the confrontation. It's amazing. The eye acting is amazing. Staring at you. Chapter 137 Daily Shooting. 1. Subscription recommendation. Director Lyman's fourth film, a crime film. After the final makeout photos were taken, the latest issue of the Los Angeles Times Entertainment Edition began to build momentum with Paramount Pictures. Of course, many other media magazines with large circulations in other regions also received benefits and helped to publish the news. Soon, most people who pay more attention to movie dynamics or fans of actors and directors also knew about it. Among them, the Los Angeles Times wrote in the report, I'm very much looking forward to the sparks that will be produced by the collision between Tom Cruise and Heath Ledger, Nicolas Cage and other actors. There was also a photo next to it, which was the scene of several people confronting each other in the conference room. The eyes of several people were very sharp, and with the various expressions of other characters, it made people imagine. It's a pity that this film did not reveal more news. Lyman still attaches great importance to confidentiality. He didn't want to attract too much attention during the filming, especially those reporters or paparazzi who are all pervasive. If the confidentiality work is not good, the crew will not have a peaceful life. The scene is quiet, the field staff cleared the scene, everyone returned to their respective workstations, and checked the filming equipment again. Attention all units, the actors are ready to enter the scene, and the makeout and scenery are on standby. James Wan held the loudspeaker and gave detailed instructions. Lyman sat behind the director's monitor with peace of mind, quite comfortable. There are so many benefits to having an assistant director, and some complicated trivial matters can be handed over to him. And James Wan did not complain. He was a hard-working and down-to-earth person, so Lyman could be considered a little less hard. Lyman, they are all ready. Shall we start? After a while, James Wan, who had finished his inspection, came to Lyman and asked. Since signing the contract as an assistant director, he has been happy every day. He has a salary and can put his knowledge to use, which is really a pleasure. Well, let's start. Camera number 1 is okay. Camera number 2 is okay. Lighting is okay. Audio okay. Action. This is the first scene shot today. Because of the publicity, the previously built conference room scene was not dismantled. After all, the time yesterday was too short to complete all the scenes, so the next day's shooting continued with yesterday's approach. Our big family cannot be without a leader for a day. Mr. Robert passed away unexpectedly. Heath Ledger sat in his seat and spoke first. The word accidental was pronounced very heavily by him, and he looked at the third boss with a playful look. In Los Angeles, the United States in the early 20th century, Robert Johnson established the gang organization Golden Gate Party. By constantly eroding other gang forces, or attracting and dividing them, he soon became the real underground emperor of Los Angeles. The day belongs to the police, and the night belongs to them. But everyone will grow old one day, and the former heroes are increasingly unable to bear too many responsibilities. The entire Golden Gate Party has gradually evolved into an era of several heads of different businesses. And now, this balance has been broken. So we need to re-elect a person in charge. Heath Ledger retracted his gaze, crossed his hands on the table, and said calmly, "Everyone, what do you think? The Golden Gate Gang is not so much a gang as it is a business group with gang power as its core. They are in charge of many resources in Los Angeles. Several senior executives are used to such a comfortable life, so how can they refute anything?" Everyone spoke in accordance with the second in command's meaning. "I agree with the election. Yes, we need a new person in charge." James Wan stood behind the monitor, looking at the camera images framed by several camera positions, and couldn't help but look at the focused face of Lyman next to him. The camera position represents the viewpoint and the scene that the camera wants to present, and it can also express a certain intention through the change of several cameras. At this moment, under the coverage of 3 cameras, Lyman constantly switched and used panoramic, close-up, and close-up shots. The sunlight outside poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and everyone in the conference room was talking and laughing. A sinister smile, a hypocritical smile, an awkward smile, a smile without a smile on the face, a picture of all kinds of life slowly unfolded. Heath Ledger slowly stood up from his seat, facing the glass window, and the halo on his face suddenly dispersed. The left half of his face was clearly visible, but the other half seemed to be hidden in the shadow. His eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, his eyes were fixed on his feet, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. The image of a cunning and fierce character was vividly portrayed on the paper. Just as the police internally evaluated him, a hungry wolf, very aggressive. "Let's go." Several younger brothers immediately followed, and when passing by the seat where the third in command sat, they paused meaningfully, and then left quickly. Several senior executives also said goodbye one after another. Nicolas Cage sat in his seat, rubbing his hair irritably, because he knew that the days to come would not be so peaceful. He didn't notice Tom Cruise sitting next to him, but in the camera, Tom's mouth corners were slightly raised, but his eyes were always fixed on the table, relaxed but also a little worried. "Pass," Lyman shouted, and the scene was completed. "Everyone did a good job," he praised. Jason Statham was still nervous, fearing that he would have to start over if he made another mistake. Fortunately, the director was satisfied and gave him extra praise. This scene was difficult to shoot, but fortunately, although there were some bumps, it was finally completed smoothly. Especially Tom Cruise played very well. He acted very well. Although the main focus of the camera in this scene is the confrontation between the 2 bosses, the shots of him are just a few glances and a few steps, without even a line. But something so simple can become very difficult. Tom Cruise is not lacking in basics. After all, he has been acting for so many years, and even if he is not good, he has a lot of acting experience. But he is a little unreliable. When he always likes to smile, the corners of his eyes soften, giving people a kind and charming feeling. It is probably because he has played too many handsome and cool roles, and it is a subconscious little action. Just like Wang Xiaoming in later generations, how hot it is to see that the evil smile on Yang Jiuo's face. It's not that this kind of detail is bad, but it is not used in the right place. Tom Cruise is a man of impeccable professionalism. His success is not only because he is handsome, but also because of his dedication. The most important thing is that he doesn't act like a big shot, which is a good point. He listens to what he says. What actors fear most is not the awkward acting, but the people who know it is awkward, but refuse to change. After listening to Lyman's reminder, he consciously restrained these small habits that he had developed for a long time. "This is very good. Hurry up and rearrange the venue." As Lyman's urgent voice sounded, everyone started to get busy again. Thomas directed the assistant to move the camera down, and he went to the side to hold the second camera and set it up according to the shooting plan. Later, only 2 cameras would be needed on the scene. The actors took advantage of this time to run to the dressing room, some to touch up their makeup, some to remove their makeup, and some to change their clothes. After Nicolas Cage figured it out, he took a folding chair and sat next to Lemon. "Lemon, the assistant director you found is really hardworking," he said with a little emotion. "I saw James Wan not far away, sometimes helping to dismantle the scene, sometimes helping to move props, and sometimes communicating with the lighting and camera team. In short, except for shooting, he is always busy. Young man, full of energy. Of course, he is very satisfied with this assistant director. Such self-consciousness can still gain a lot of goodwill. Most of the crew members are familiar to Lemon, and they have become close to James Wan after shooting for the past 2 days. Willing to work and able to work, they will shine wherever they go." Thinking of this, Lemon glanced at James Wan, who was adjusting the scene, and smiled slightly. For some cultivated bad habits in his heart, when he first saw James Wan, he deliberately wanted to test him. Even if the work does not meet the standards, he will probably be given the title of assistant director and let him learn and hone with the crew. But James Wan, who can succeed in his first directorial debut, is really good. Not only is his foundation solid, but his shooting concept already has the atmosphere of the lens of a horror movie of the style of When. The director's line of work pays great attention to aura and aesthetics. Obviously, James Wan is a talented person. And if he is talented and willing to work hard, that's incredible. It makes no sense for such a person not to succeed. Man's studio has never been on the right track, isn't it, because there is no manpower and talent? In the past, he thought that he was just making movies for convenience, and he didn't think about how to expand the studio. Now let it go. For the sake of the future studio, or to satisfy his sense of accomplishment in discovering talents, Lemon is still willing to help James Wan. "Lyman, it's all done. Well, you take a break first." Lemon stood up and looked at the original meeting room scene. It had completely changed and turned into an office, the office of the second in command. The next scene is Heath Ledger threatening, luring, and intimidating the top leaders of other forces in the gang, wanting them to support him to take the position. After all, he is the orthodox of the gang. He was in the gang when the Golden Gate Gang was first established, and his seniority is much higher than that of the third in command. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out, but life still has to go on, isn't that right? Heath Ledger sat on the sofa, smiling kindly. "You are all gang officials. Who do you think should be the boss?" Looking around, no one spoke. They were all smiling. At this juncture, who dared to take sides easily? They were all old hands, so naturally they didn't want to. Heath Ledger suddenly became furious, still smiling on his face, but sneered, and slapped the official closest to him. The director of SYNOPSIS was knocked to the ground. This was a real fight, because we wanted to strive for authenticity. We used close-up shots, so Samuel Jackson had to suffer. Pass. How long? PS. Please support. Your support is my motivation to update. Chapter 138 Shooting Daily. Subscription recommendation. Today is another busy day for the crew. Kate Beckinsale looked around with some curiosity. Although she has filmed many movies, including A-level productions like Pearl Harbor, for some reason, the atmosphere of the bad guys crew gave her a strange feeling. There was not too much seriousness and pressure, as if even the air wanted to reveal a sense of tension, but it made her feel very lively. People came and went, each doing their own job, and sometimes they could even talk and laugh. She leaned against the compartment of her dressing room and just watched. This was her first day in the crew. They had been shooting for a week before, but she had no part until yesterday, when a production manager called her to notify her to be on the scene. Then she saw her fellow countryman Jason Statham coming over, his right hand raised and waving. He was not far away, so she shouted loudly, "Kate. Jason, how are you doing recently?" Jason Statham walked closer, touched his big bald head, and was a little embarrassed. "I'm fine, but I hope there will be fewer NGs. Is Director Lemon very demanding?" Kate Beckinsale immediately thought of something and asked. "It's not that he is demanding, but I will make some mistakes in my performance." He is very strict. At the end, Jason Statham added, but he has a good temper. Among the crews I have been in, his temper may be the best. He doesn't like to get angry. If there is any mistake, he will just ask you to do it again. He won't scold people or hit people directly. Jason Statham seemed to think of himself in lock, stock and two smoking barrels, and was scolded by director Guy Ritchie. That director really has a hot temper, and he couldn't help but shudder. No, I can't think about it anymore. Kate Beckinsale heard this, and became more curious about director Lyman. She still didn't know why she was chosen. Her agent didn't help, and she didn't have any connections at Paramount or Europa. She got the role in Bad Guys without knowing why. Could it be that she had some guesses in her mind? The two chatted casually, and a bustling noise interrupted their conversation. Kate Beckinsale looked over and saw director Lyman walking slowly. "Hello, director. Is the scene set up? It will be done soon. Where are the cameras?" "Okay, the 3 cameras are fixed in place," Thomas replied casually. "Lyman." Ryan came over with a shooting list in his hand. "This is the arrangement for today. Do you think it's feasible?" Today the crew was divided into 2 parts. James Wan had taken some crew members and actors from the police line to a police station in Los Angeles to shoot on site, while they were preparing to shoot indoor scenes in Studio 3 of Warner Studios. "Well, let's arrange it this way." Lyman walked all the way to the back of his director's monitor and took the shot-by-shot script to check. Kate Beckinsale watched the whole thing and was a little surprised at the respectful attitude of the crew towards director Lyman. She could tell at a glance whether it was fake or hypocritical. Don't think that all directors can be strong, especially in Hollywood, where the ecological status in the crew is often given priority to the producer, or sometimes even the production manager, and the production manager can have a say than the director. She has also seen scenes where the director was scolded like a grandson by the guarantor. This is not an exaggeration. In the later Marvel series of movies, the status of those new directors is not even as good as the screenwriter, let alone other things. They are completely a filmmaking machine that solves shooting problems. Suddenly, she caught sight of an actor in the corner and couldn't help asking curiously, "Jason, is he always like this?" Jason Statham followed Kate Beckinsale's line of sight and sighed. He was originally dissatisfied and thought he was just a lucky guy, but now that they have been together for some time, he has to sigh. Even if he is a lucky guy, he is a lucky guy with ability. Yes, he is always like this. Heath Ledger had no chance to hear the two people's discussion. He sat quietly in a chair, holding the script in his hand, reading the scene to be filmed today word by word. He has read this script many times and has written a whole book of character biographies, but when it comes to filming, he always has the habit of reading it a few more times to facilitate the role's emotional substitution. He has always felt that he is a person without talent, but he wins because he is willing to work hard, and he can only work hard. So far, the role of the second in command is the most challenging for him. He is moody, fierce and cunning, and no one can guess what he is thinking. He was still talking enthusiastically with someone the previous second, but he might turn against him and kill him the next second. The most likely design in this regard is that he was forcibly arrested by the police. After a senior official communicated with him, he asked a lawyer to take him out, saying that there was insufficient evidence to constitute imprisonment. But the police had already mastered part of his criminal record, but they still let him go. The second in command was a little confused, but he also knew that the police wanted to use him as a sharp blade to stab the Kinman party and let them kill each other. He did it because the third in command was in power. If he hesitated, he would lose his current position. Not only did he do it, he did it very well. Not only was the Kinman party about to fall apart, but even the police's action team was repeatedly frustrated and suffered heavy casualties. At this time, the police realized that their plan was a joke for a madman like the second in command. The purpose of mastering criminal evidence, supporting him to rise to power, and thus achieving the goal of controlling the Kinman party in one fell swoop was directly declared a failure. Gangs are organizations that cannot be cut off. After cutting off a batch, another batch will grow soon. The police in Los Angeles were very troubled. Just as the Golden Gate Gang emerged, they found that the order in Los Angeles was much better than usual. This made them understand a truth. It is better to seek stability than to eradicate it completely. It was also under their indulgence that the Golden Gate Gang could become the first gang in Los Angeles so smoothly. After that, there was no friction, fighting between gangs, and the stability of the community in Los Angeles was really much better. But such a tumor growing in the city of Los Angeles is not a solution, so the senior police officers came up with a brilliant idea to elect a self-made person to be the person in charge of the Golden Gate Party. Against this background, there was such a whole story plot development. The surrounding noise did not disturb Heath Ledger from continuing to explore the script. How could such an actor who is diligent, hardworking, and has good acting talent not succeed? Lemon likes this kind of actor very much, or in other words, if he has some pursuit of the identity of a director, he often cannot refuse this kind of actor. Therefore, he never concealed his appreciation for Heath Ledger. Such an actor is so worry-free. If everyone learns from him, Lemon feels that he will wake up happily when he goes back to sleep at night. So, even though Heath Ledger just sat on the sofa in the living room of the built cigar house, a momentum came out. It was very casual, but it had the feeling that Lemon wanted. The cream yellow halo spread above his head. Kate Beckinsale sat opposite Heath Ledger with a smile on her face. Just as she was about to say her lines, she heard the director shout, "Cut. Kate, come here." Kate Beckinsale stood beside Lemon in a daze. What just happened? I was in the camera for less than a second. Did something go wrong? What went wrong? Kate, your character will appear next. You should calm down, and calm down first. Lemon could feel that the girl's emotions between her eyebrows were a little impetuous. It is estimated that the sudden call for stop just now made her mentality a little exploded. But there is no way. If you don't act well, you have to point it out, so that there will be room for improvement. You are the owner of a cigar shop, a businessman. The second in command is the leader of the largest gang in this area. When he comes to see you, you have to show 3 emotions. 1. A little fear in flattery. 2. A little panic in suspicion. And 3. Force calmness. So your expression can't be messy, and your smile should be softer. You have taken etiquette classes, so you should know how to smile. Also, you must not focus your eyes on the second in command, because your heart is very confused. The more confused you are, the more you will subconsciously hide your eyes. You have to grasp it, understand? Kate Beckinsale's mind quickly worked following Lemon's words, and entered the whole scene. She had read the script beforehand, and knew that, although her character was a cigar shop owner on the surface, in fact, she was caught by the police, and became the contact informant of Tom Cruise's undercover character, responsible for transmitting intelligence. In the past, undercover agents only needed to find a bar or nightclub with a lot of people to hand over information. As long as they agreed in advance, there would be almost no accidents. However, as Tom Cruise's character's status in the gang rose higher and higher, many people were paying attention to his whereabouts, so he had to find a fixed place as a handover point. The cigar house was chosen because the store had been open for a long time and its origins were easy to find out. The proprietress, the character she played, was deliberately caught by the police for illegal operation and evidence of crime. Under a threat, she had no choice but to become a contact person. There were surveillance teams installed by the police in the store and at home to prevent her from leaking any information. It can be said that she was an ordinary person who was inexplicably involved in the right and wrong. She would not hide her emotions, so why should she hide any emotions? Who would know that she was an informant, and who would know that Tom Cruise, a gang member who often came to her store, would be an undercover agent planted by the police? Except for a few senior police officers, even ordinary police officers did not know these secrets. The reason for monitoring her was to prevent her from escaping, and to collect evidence of her crimes. Everything was well thought out. The police chief, played by Morgan Freeman, was smart and shrewd. He had been running this bureau for 8 years. Chapter 139, Soft Jade and Warm Fragrance, Subscription Recommendation Request. Kate Beckinsale felt for the first time that it was so difficult to play Eva's role. The director had clearly explained the scene, and she had also portrayed the general image of the character in her mind. But once she started, cut. This was the 5th time she heard the call for a stop this morning. Kate, take a break and adjust your state. Lemon didn't say much. Kate didn't understand, but he saw it clearly on the monitor. This was a crushing scene. What can be said about this? It's not that her performance was bad, but that the aura of the second in command, played by Heath Ledger, was not in tune. Heath Ledger, come here. When he came, Lemon ordered, try to change your method later, and try to act more restrained. Yeah. Heath Ledger nodded affirmatively. For him, he could act this scene in more than a dozen different styles, and it was very simple to hold back his emotions. The gap between people is really big, and Kate Beckinsale was a little shocked. Just like when she was a child, she had excellent grades, and went all the way to Oxford University. She always felt that studying was not difficult, and she didn't even have any sense of accomplishment or passion, so she ran to Hollywood to be an actor. But her performance just now was really bad. Even she felt it herself, and it was not even as good as it was at the beginning. As long as her eyes met Heath Ledger's for a second, her reaction was amazing. For a moment, she felt that the other party's eyes seemed to see through her, and could not hide anything from him. So she either forgot to pick up the lines, or her expression was not in place, or her eyes were erratic, almost drifting out of the range of the camera lens. 5 times in a row, she made all kinds of mistakes, and she even doubted whether she had ever acted before. Her performance was not as good as a novice. Ready, director. 10 minutes later, all the work was ready, and Kate Beckinsale entered the scene again. Lemon looked at the picture transmitted by the monitor and nodded slightly. It seems that his method is not bad. He asked Heath Ledger to play more restrainedly and not to be too oppressive. Kate was much better than before, but it was not enough. Do it again. Heath Ledger, adjust your sitting posture, press back, don't lean forward. Okay. Heath Ledger made a gesture. Because the actor's performance delayed the filming, which was an uncontrollable factor, Lemon was very calm. He usually had a temper because the crew did not do their job well, not because of the performance. If someone is not in good condition, forcing is not a solution. The best way is to take it slowly. Actors are all like this. Maybe talent accounts for a large part, but the experience of acting under the camera is also indispensable. Did Heath Ledger know how to act when he was born? Did Nicolas Cage win the Oscar for Best Actor when he debuted? Bullshit. The former has been playing minor roles for who knows how many years, while the latter, relying on family resources, has no worries about filming, and often has more important roles. But how did he get ridiculed in the early days? But he slowly got through it, changed his name, and won many awards for acting. How many years did it take Cage to get to this point? It should be 12 years. Starting from his position close to the first tier, that is, in 1996, he won the Oscar for Best Actor for Leaving Las Vegas. Everyone has a time to hone their skills. Kate has just debuted for less than 5 years, and has only acted in a few plays. For her, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a newcomer in the field of acting. Moreover, acting is never a subjective thing. It requires life experience, acting foundation, and a little bit of spirit. Sometimes when the feeling comes, you feel amazing. For example, Heath Ledger, from Barry to now, his progress is seen by Lemon. From the beginning of filming the claustrophobic scenes, he had to spend a lot of time to find the feeling, and now he is at ease. The roles he plays can also be more three-dimensional and filler. Just like he used several different emotions to interpret the same lens effect just now. Introverted, extroverted, implicit, tense. He is getting more and more accurate. The slight immaturity in Buried has been slowly worn away by time. Another example is Tom Cruise. His early works were not good, and he often felt out of place in the play. But at least he is also improving. If he hadn't played too many cool roles, he would have improved faster. It can be said that appearance can make or break a person. If he wasn't pretty enough, he wouldn't have gotten so many performance opportunities. It is also because of this aspect that the road to transformation is so difficult. But if you work hard, you are not hopeless. Pass. Do it again. It's much better. Although Kate Beckinsale's performance is still not delicate and perfect, fortunately she also has good looks to make up for this aspect, so that the audience will not be distracted, and she has completed her task. The filming is getting better. A week later, the set of Warner Studios Today we are going to shoot Tom Cruise's family scenes, which are also the foreshadowing of his later explosion and blackening. Here, after communicating with Thomas, Lyman decided to shoot with warm colors throughout. Giving people beauty and then destroying it makes it more convincing and can also deepen the audience's senses. Many people have said that movies are an art of deception interwoven with light and shadow, and Lyman agrees with this very much. The story is fake, but the emotions may not be untrue. The role of lighting is self-evident. If a film does not use light, the effect presented will be very ugly. Actors need lighting, and creating an atmosphere is even more necessary. When filming, the techniques of fill light, color tone, and dimming can clearly highlight the contours of the actor's facial features, and a little bit of strong light can also play a role in modifying skin blemishes. It is absolutely not an exaggeration to say that the lighting is a live version of the beauty artifact. Those shiny and snow-like skin effects are actually the credit of the lighting. And warm tones focus on the soft atmosphere and make people feel comfortable. Several orange-yellow headlights are placed around the room, and the staff adjusted the position of the sunshade. Okay, no problem. Soon, the person in charge of the lighting team came over to report the situation. Camera. Okay. Actor. Ready. Action. In the camera, Tom Cruise frowned slightly, took out the key, and opened the door. He had just met with his boss and asked to return to the police force, but was rejected. 3 years. 3 years and 3 years. Unknowingly, he has been undercover for 9 years. When will this kind of life end? I'm back. He shouted loudly. As Tom Cruise spoke his lines, the camera slowly shifted, and a kitchen appeared in the picture, where a woman was busy. Hearing the movement, knowing that her husband was back, the woman slowly turned around and smiled at Tom Cruise. She laughed happily and contagiously, and Tom Cruise's frown, which had been frowning since he opened the door, somehow relaxed. A warm feeling flowed around and was perfectly recorded by the camera lens. Ian, go sit in the living room first. Dinner will be ready soon. He spoke softly. His eyes were clear, but full of love. Click, passed. Lyman, who was sitting behind the monitor, was very satisfied. Hearing that her performance was okay, Eva Green breathed a sigh of relief. God knows how long she had been preparing for this shot. When Lyman confirmed the new project and called her to tell her to choose a role, she did not choose the informer with a slightly larger role, but chose this role. She has been preparing and waiting for the day when she officially has a role to shoot. Generally speaking, actresses of her age will basically not choose screen images such as wives, but Eva Green is a person with aspirations. She is unwilling to play Eva's role again, or in her heart she wants to prove to Lyman. She hopes that Lyman can focus more on her. Eva Green doesn't know why she has such an idea, but she did it. At night, Lyman sat alone in the living room of the hotel room to modify the shooting schedule. Because he found that Tom Cruise was not an actor who could empathize with the emotions. It would be better to say that he was slow to get into the role and fast to get out of it. Sometimes he felt very good during the filming, but on the next day, he made many mistakes. This was the opposite of Heath Ledger, who got into the role quickly and slow to get out of it. Many times, after he finished filming his scenes, he would sit alone in a chair and think about it secretly. Nicolas Cage, on the other hand, was a seasoned actor. He got into the role quickly and got out of it even faster. And he acted really well. Perhaps this was the only pride that a middle-aged man who had been in Hollywood for 15 or 16 years had. Because he found that he felt more and more oppressed when acting with Heath Ledger, which aroused his competitive spirit. Whenever the two of them collided, sparks would fly, which led to Tom Cruise's performance becoming more natural. It was a good thing. However, Lyman still felt that it would be better to focus on shooting Tom Cruise's scenes, so that he would not be okay yesterday, but become sweet soup again after a day. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Lyman put down his schedule, opened the door, and standing at the door was Eva Green. She seemed to have just taken a shower, and she smelled good. What kind of shower gel did she use? It's so tempting. Oh, no, it's really beautiful. The two are already an old couple, and Lyman is not embarrassed at all. He just picked up Eva Green and closed the door. To be honest, he was almost sick after not seeing her for 2 months. He was only 27 years old, and it was a time when men were most vigorous. Thunder outside the willows and rain on the pond. The sound of raindrops on the lotus leaves. The deep winding path tells of the deep period. Who knows the feelings? Another example is trembling softly, pretending to walk and sit, panting like breathing, shy in the rain. 3,000 words omitted here. Drop by drop. Centuries. Chapter 140 Professionalism. Subscription recommendation. Tom Cruise is not a talented actor, but he is very dedicated. This is Tom Cruise's virtue and the reason why Lyman has confidence in him to play the role well. Of course, there are also market considerations, because Tom Cruise is indeed very important in terms of fan base and box office selection. The overseas market reputation is not bad either, and fans all over the world buy into him. The Mission Impossible series of movies, except for the first one, almost all the subsequent sequels are supported by Tom Cruise alone. This is not a series of works like 007 or Harry Potter. The former has little to do with the actors, while the latter has little to do with the shaping of the story style. No matter how Bond changes actors, does its market performance suffer? The core of the story is the same, and fans are willing to buy into it. As for Mission Impossible, the shooting style of each sequel has changed again and again, but with Tom Cruise in it, the performance has never been bad. The only thing that is bad is the reputation. The market appeal of Tom Cruise's first-line movie star is undoubtedly demonstrated in the entire series. After another scene was shot, Lyman sat behind the director's monitor and nodded. After focusing Tom's scenes together, his performance was much better, the number of NGs was reduced, and the shooting speed was improved. Although his performance is still not perfect, and cannot be compared with Heath Ledger, Nicolas Cage, Morgan Freeman, etc., his role is restrained, and his emotional fluctuations are all released by his eyes and facial macro expressions. Muscle control is still possible for an experienced actor like him who has been acting for more than 20 years. Of course, sometimes some old problems still need Lyman to remind him from time to time. For example, when you smile with the corners of your mouth, the arc should not be as clear as if it was measured with a tape measure. It's not like you are posing when you are interviewed by reporters or taking pictures. For example, when you bow your head, your expression should not be too stiff. It's not like you are taking a magazine cover photo, and the feeling of confusion makes you look like you are acting cool. These are still small movements that Tom Cruise subconsciously brings when performing. Fortunately, after being reminded, he can correct them quickly. After another scene was filmed, Tom Cruise returned to the dressing room, and his emotions still did not calm down. The only consequence of filming the scenes together was that Tom Cruise's performance pressure was much greater. He had to act with Nicolas Cage, Heath Ledger, and Hugo Weaving. In order to ensure that his performance was not overwhelmed by others and caused him to break out of the role, Tom Cruise was really thinking over and over again about how to deal with the pressure from other actors. The emotional fluctuations and the ups and downs made him feel a little uncomfortable. He forgot when he had such great pressure and performance feeling last time. Maybe it was when he just debuted, nervous, excited, and excited. At this moment, he let his personal assistant, Ms. Vina, remake up for him, and his eyes gradually closed as he looked at himself in the mirror. The next scene is the scene where his informant Kate Beckinsale is discovered by his buddy, the third in command, played by Nicolas Cage. It is another direct confrontation between him and Cage. Tom Cruise is thinking in his mind how to act. He must be panicked when his informant is found out, because it means that his undercover identity will be exposed, but he has to stay calm in panic, because it is not necessarily a dead end. What should he do? How to grasp the rhythm of the performance, how to control facial expressions, and how to use eye contact. Oh, Tom Cruise couldn't help but wail. In recent days, he has been overwhelmed. But there is no way, because his role is the intersection between the whole story and various characters, and the turning point and promotion of the plot are almost all on him. Are you ready? Okay. The light is very dim, with cold colors, symbolizing that something big is happening. James wants to behind Lyman, craning his neck to look at the location of the dressing room. Lyman raised his arm and touched him. Go, tell all the irrelevant people to leave. I'm going to clear the set, including you. James 1 expressed regret, but he did it anyway. Then Ryan came over again, looking at Lemon knowingly. Lemon, I'm the producer. I have to keep an eye on the filming on the set. Lemon frowned. Serious? I'll just watch. You go out too. Next was Kate Beckinsale's *** scene. What were these grandsons thinking? Didn't Lemon understand? Clear the set. He was very righteous. Although the girl didn't have any special requirements, Lemon, as a director who cared about the actors, was very considerate and took the initiative to arrange to clear the set, except for Thomas and several actors who were acting opposite him, to reduce the number of people on the set. After everything was arranged, the last few staff members in charge of props also left with a reluctant look on their faces. Action. Lemon was inexplicably excited, picked up the megaphone, and his voice was much louder than usual. The camera was placed diagonally above the studio, with the lens facing downwards, at a 45-degree angle. The other camera was neatly placed aside, operated by Thomas. This camera required many close-ups. Was it selling benefits? Besides, the plot also required it. On the monitor, Tom Cruise entered from outside the warehouse first. As the camera zoomed up, Nicolas Cage sat in the middle of the warehouse, with 3 younger brothers standing quietly behind him. There was a large iron bucket on his right hand. Tom Cruise slowed down his pace, approached, and said calmly, "Why did you ask me to come here?" Nicolas Cage did not answer him, but said to himself, "We sent someone to monitor the police, and found an interesting woman. Ian, do you know who she is?" Cold sweat broke out from his forehead inadvertently. Tom Cruise's most feared thing happened, but he still chuckled and said, "How do I know who it is? Is it someone I know?" Nicolas Cage stood up and patted his friend's shoulder. The force was very light, but it was like patting Tom Cruise's heart. He felt that he was about to lose his balance, and the sweat on his forehead burst out. "Of course, you know it well. I brought the person here." Nicolas Cage turned around and pointed to the big iron barrel. "Here, it's inside. Do you want to meet her?" After saying that, he rubbed his face and looked a little tired. This detail was added well. Lemon sat behind the monitor and was satisfied with Nicolas Cage's improvisation. He just rubbed his face, and the whole tense atmosphere became more intense, giving people a feeling that something was wrong, and there was also a sense of restraint. Tom Cruise naturally couldn't panic. Although he was already very confused, he still walked towards the big iron barrel. He looked inside, turned his head, and his whole body stiffened. "This woman is from the police, did you know?" Nicolas Cage smoked a cigarette, and the smoke rose up. No one expected that he would choose to attack at this time. He moved quickly, picked up a hurricane next to him, and knocked one of the 3 brothers to the ground. Once, and again. A lot of blood seeped out of the brother's head. Dark red, it flowed on the ground. "Arsehole, dare to plant an undercover in my team. Do you think you have lived too long?" He cursed, and the dirty words kept pouring out. Soon, seeing that the man was dying, Nicolas Cage relit a cigarette, not caring about the blood on his body, took out a pistol from his pocket, and handed it to Tom Cruise. "You go and deal with her. If you dare to be an informant for the police, you will die." Tom Cruise took the pistol, while holding back his trembling. Bad Guys has only this one nude scene. After the informant was caught, he was tortured and interrogated, with scars all over his body and his clothes became tattered. Add to that the ropes. Hey, ropes. Only a little bit of fabric was left to barely cover a few key parts. Don't ask me why there was only so little left of clothes. It was for art, understand. The addition of this shot was entirely to add a little visual benefit and publicity gimmick. You don't have to care about the clothes. What's important is the figure. Bondage play? The staff really knows how to play. No wonder they don't want to go out. Lemon thought to himself. In the camera, Kate Beckinsale was tied up with ropes, which not only did not destroy her beauty, but also made her body convex and curvy because of the restraining effect of the ropes. It makes people wonder if the person who tied the ropes has been to the island country for further study. Otherwise, the tortoiseshell binding technique looks too skilled, and she is a talent. Coupled with the scar effect deliberately made up on the skin, it gives people a strange feeling. The director's shameful body has feelings. There is no way the light plus the filter makes it look too tempting. Besides, Kate Beckinsale herself is the kind of person with a good appearance, outstanding temperament, and a British style. Kate Beckinsale didn't feel much. She had filmed nude scenes, and although she was a little ashamed of this scene, she could still handle it. At this moment, her mouth was sealed with tape, watching Tom Cruise hesitantly raise the gun, shaking her head and begging. She didn't want to die, but watching Tom Cruise struggle, her eyes gradually became firm. Her begging for mercy slowed down, and her eyes were full of despair. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out. Tom Cruise seemed to be possessed, pulling the trigger and firing all the bullets. After a long time, he threw the gun to the ground. Nicolas Cage said nothing, but gave him a complicated look, which conveyed a lot of things. Everyone was gone, and Tom Cruise finally couldn't hold on, and collapsed to the ground. Why did he want to die? If he didn't die, he could only do this. Attention PS, throwing a tantrum to ask for support. Chapter 141 The Sixth Sense. Subscribe and collect. Click. Pass. Lemon waved his hand and ended the filming of this shot. In the big iron barrel, Kate Beckinsale was finally freed. To be honest, being tied up is not comfortable, and most importantly, it is very hot. Lemon looked back and saw that all the staff had gone out. There was no other way, so he had to walk quickly to Kate Beckinsale's side and help her untie the ropes. He tried to untie them but couldn't. It was embarrassing. He really had never learned how to untie the tortoise shell tie. Just as he was thinking about whether to go out and call someone over, Tom Cruise noticed Lemon's dilemma. He immediately came over to help. You know what? Tom Cruise is quite experienced and knew how to untie it right away. Soon, the rope on Kate Beckinsale was loosened. She was not embarrassed. Although there were few pieces of cloth covering her body and there were some marks on her body, she still thanked him politely. Lemon quickly took off his coat and helped her put it on. Kate Beckinsale looked at Lemon in a rather strange way. Without saying anything, he returned to the dressing room alone. After a while, the crew members waiting outside returned to the set to continue their work. Lemon waved and called James Wan and Ryan to discuss the next shooting with them. When shooting a movie, it is naturally impossible to shoot scenes one after another in the same order as when the movie is shown. It is normal to skip scenes or focus on a certain scene. The subsequent shooting plan is very chaotic. The scenes are not in the same place, and many large-scale scenes have to be shot in France, so it is natural to arrange how to finish the parts that can be handled in Los Angeles first. I mean, we should split into two groups. Tomorrow, James. Lemon looked at James Wan, who was listening quietly, and said, you follow Kate Beckinsale to shoot the remaining scenes, which are the few shots of surveillance around her house. It should be done in one day, and then she can finish shooting and leave the group earlier. James Wan nodded. Yeah. Ryan. Lemon looked at Ryan again, handed him the shooting list, and said, I'll trouble you first. You will go to France tomorrow and communicate with your rope of films about the remaining shooting and let them prepare. Okay. That's it. Lemon waved his hand and the two of them went to their own work. Kate Beckinsale, who was standing by, saw that there was no one around Lemon, so she walked over immediately. Lemon was sitting behind the monitor, holding the storyboard script and thinking about the camera composition. Suddenly, the light on the right was blocked. He turned his head and saw two big beautiful legs standing straight in front of him. High heels, stockings. Amazing lethality. Kate Beckinsale gently covered the hem of her skirt and smiled at Lemon. How was my performance just now? Very good. Lemon gave a thumbs up. It was indeed good. A girl could endure such a crime. Her professionalism was beyond reproach. She was even happier after hearing this. I don't know who said that women have a sixth sense, and it is particularly accurate. How accurate is it? You can tell whether a man is interested in you by looking at his eyes. Kate also had this feeling. From the beginning, during the audition, she vaguely felt that the director had other intentions in choosing her. If a man has intentions for a beautiful woman, you can know what they are. But she doesn't care and is prepared for this. After joining the crew for so many days, she has developed some good feelings for Lemon. From being a little complicated at the beginning, to being calm and then accepting. Then, she wanted to take the initiative. She likes such a director very much. Not only is he talented, but he also likes and is willing to communicate with actors about roles and is patient. Of course, she has this guess, not just based on her feelings, but also on some analysis. As one of the many actresses in Hollywood, and the lead actress who just messed up a big production Pearl Harbor, other people are afraid of her, and even her agent is indifferent to her. She knows that her situation is not optimistic, but the opportunity to turn things around was delivered to her. In addition to being happy, she was a little suspicious of Lemon's purpose. After all, in that audition, there were people who were younger and prettier than her, and there were also people who were better at acting than her. It seemed that she was not the best in any aspect. Even from a comprehensive evaluation, she was still at the bottom of the audition candidates. Then, there was only that possibility. What else could it be? Status determines resources. Even her agent was surprised that she could get such an important role as the heroine of this new play. He just routinely told the news to his artists, and he didn't mean to fight for it. Otherwise he would have sent Kate Beckinsale to the audition in person. He wouldn't be so perfunctory as to just make a phone call to inform her. But it was indeed his client who got the role, and he also tried to test Kate Beckinsale openly and secretly, whether she knew Lemon, or had any other channels to exchange favors. If even the others think so, it is no wonder that the person involved has an illusion. But Kate knows that she does not. So, there is only one truth. Thinking of Conan's reasoning, he is interested in me. God has mercy on him. Lemon was misunderstood. On the audition that day, he just chose the one he thought was the most suitable, and he really had no other ideas. When a group of women with good looks stand together, temperament is a plus point. Hey. He was just attracted by the temperament of the English rose, so he chose her. Kate naturally didn't know what Lemon was thinking. Anyway, her good impression was accumulated slowly. It was only when she really entered the crew of bad guys that Kate personally felt the charm of Lemon, the director. He controls such a large crew, but the shooting seems to be orderly and methodical. Several works have been successful, and the reputation of the films is very good, which belongs to the impression points. He can convince the public. Haven't you seen that big names like Tom Cruise and Nicolas Cage listen to his opinions very much? Filming in the crew is a very mentally, energetically, and physically demanding job, especially the director, who is definitely the busiest. In this case, even if the actor made mistakes, she could still help analyze the role and explain the plot structure. She is really good-tempered. When you like someone, you can find something to praise him, no matter what he does. Nicholas Zalshuran. This girl thinks a lot. Lemon just enjoys the process of filming. Not only is it not too tiring, but there is also a sense of happiness, being able to do what you like, making money, and being supported and affirmed by others. Isn't it a kind of enjoyment? Late at night, Eva Green took a shower as usual, and ran to Lemon's room. The two were about to be intimate, when the door was knocked. Knock, knock. Who is it? Eva asked in confusion. I don't know, I'll go out and see. Lemon got out of bed, put on his shoes, and walked towards the door. Eva seemed to have thought of something, and quickly covered herself with a quilt. When she opened the door, Kate Beckinsale was wearing a shirt and hot pants underneath. She looked particularly cool, and had a good figure. What's up? Lemon closed the door. Hey, why didn't the plot develop as she thought? Kate Beckinsale was a little confused, but she still said tactfully, I want to discuss the script with you. Can I? Of course. Is there anything I don't understand? Lemon asked knowingly. Damn, discussing the script. You have a script in your hand, but you haven't prepared anything. What's the point? It's not that Lemon is stupid and has never seen the world. Even if he hasn't seen such a thing, hasn't he met someone in the circle who told him about it? But the problem is that he doesn't dare to. Eva is still in there. Kate Beckinsale looked at Lemon meaningfully and said, then can we go into the room to talk? It's a bit cold outside. You also know it's cold. Cold. You wear so little. Lemon naturally didn't dare to, and rejected the proposal. No, you still have a little bit of filming tomorrow. I'll spend some time talking to you. Keep the state you had today. There will be no problem. Then, Lemon really spent more than 10 minutes talking about the scene to be filmed tomorrow. Kate Beckinsale was going crazy. Could he really not understand what she meant? Or did she misunderstand him? There are some creatures like directors who really don't like fish. Or is he gay? But he doesn't look like that. Kate Beckinsale returned to her room in a daze, feeling dreamy. Did she become ugly and unattractive? Otherwise, why would anyone be able to resist the temptation when she offered herself to him? Oh my god, what a terrible fact. Regardless of how Kate Beckinsale on the other side was thinking about it, after finally sending her away, Lemon opened the door. He got on the bed gently and hugged Eva. Eva still had doubts in her heart, and she didn't hide it. She asked softly, "It's so late, who came to see you just now?" "Oh." Lemon replied nonchalantly, "It was Ryan. This bastard is going to fly to France tomorrow. He just came to tell me that he didn't want to go. I persuaded him for a while, and did some ideological work on him. Sorry, brother, it's still the brothers who have to take the blame." Ryan, who was sleeping soundly, obviously didn't know that he was inexplicably blamed. He had an early flight tomorrow, so he had to get enough sleep. Eva Green was still a little confused. She felt that Lemon was not telling the truth, but she couldn't refute it, so she didn't ask any more questions. Women's intuition is terrible. Lemon lay on her side, and after a while, she started to make moves again. The interest just now was interrupted by the knock on the door. It came at a really bad time. Woo woo woo. The train started. Eva Green also transformed into a female Knight tonight, showing a flexible waist. To be honest, it was very flexible. The battle lasted for a long time, until, as expected, it was more difficult for men. What's more, women's recovery ability is too fast. It's like a buff. Chapter 142 Industry Report. Subscription recommendation. The filming time passed very quickly. I was in a trance for a while, and when I came back to my senses, a month had passed. Kate Beckinsale's scenes were all finished, and she had left the group, while the remaining crew members took a flight to Paris, France. On the plane, Eva Green sat next to Lemon, leaning her head sideways on Lemon. Her fragrance could be smelled in the breath. Inexplicably, two people will develop an inexplicable dependence. I vaguely remember that I said a lot of rejections and couldn't promise anything, but what about her? Lemon put down the newspaper in his hand and looked down at her. At first glance, she didn't look very smart. No wonder she was so stupid. I hope time will let her see the essence of men, or men like him. Silently, some thoughts, looking at the clouds, and hurriedly suppressed them. He has never been a sentimental person, and he doesn't want to be hypocritical again in his life. Together, no longer together, separate, love is love, not love is not love, can't give is can't give, why so much to think about? Everything in the world becomes complicated when you think too much about it. Are you sleepy? Yeah. Eva Green said, moving closer and closer. After finding a more comfortable position, this behavior was stopped. Lemon continued to let her lean on him while he read the newspaper seriously. There was an article analyzing the report of the American film industry, which he found very interesting. As May was approaching, it was the box office market competition in the summer vacation again. 2002 was a mixed year for major production companies. The good news is that the box office of the film market last year increased by $760 million compared with the previous year, and this year, as of April 12, the total box office performance has accumulated to $3.762 billion, setting a new record for the box office market in the same period, which means that the film market still has the potential for growth. The worrying thing is that the average movie ticket price this year has risen to $6.03 per ticket, which is nearly 18 cents higher than last year, which means that the number of audiences has dropped by about 3%. This is the first time in the past 4 years that the number of moviegoers has declined, and with the rise of home entertainment such as televisions and DVDs, this trend is likely to continue. Lemon nodded when he saw this. This media person is really insightful and his market forecast is accurate. In later generations, with the rise of various electronic games, mobile phones, online media and other entertainment, a large number of people in the film market have indeed been shared. The American film market has indeed declined, and more young people no longer like to go to the cinema to watch movies. The direct consequence of this phenomenon is that Hollywood pays more and more attention to overseas markets, such as Japan, South Korea, China, etc., and actively seeks cooperation in order to open up the situation. This is driven by the general trend, and there is nothing much to say. Continue reading. The article also analyzes the development prospects of film genres. 1. Comedy films dominate. The past 2 years have been a time when comedy films have exploded. 3 of the top 6 box office charts are comedy films. The fact that these films can achieve good box office results, in addition to their excellent quality, also shows a fact, that is, the audience needs to relax too much. The main reason is the current social atmosphere, because the ongoing struggle with Iraq has always been the top concern in the United States, and it is also the most reported content by all TV stations. Receiving this kind of war signal every day, if you want to relax, comedy films have obviously become people's first choice when they go to the cinema. The numbers on the box office chart conform to this mentality and also show that comedy films that can make everyone laugh will always be popular in the market. 2. Sequels are still the most reliable production. At the end of last year, Entertainment Weekly once selected the 10 most anticipated movies in 2003. The 2 sequels of The Matrix ranked first, which once again shows the audience's response to the market's choice and verifies the favorite production law of Hollywood studios, that is, to keep developing sequels to popular films. Under this kind of thinking, this year's sequels are simply flooding, and preliminary statistics show that there will be at least 20 of them. Among them, X-Men 2, Terminator 3, Bad Boys 2, Fast and Furious 2, Charlie's Angels 2 and other films have rarely lost money. It can be seen that for film companies, sequel production is a way to make money with the lowest risk and clear returns. 3. The prevalence of female themes. It seems that, after entering the new century, there is a very obvious trend in the American film industry that is slowly emerging. That is, there are more and more female-themed films. Works that only target the female audience market often perform well. For example, Freaky Friday has won a domestic box office of $110 million, which was unimaginable before. You must know that there is no male main character in the whole film, and it is a pure female theme. The emergence of so many female films may be due to the fact that feminist thought has been increasingly recognized in American society in recent years, and on the other hand, it may also show that the proportion of women in the total audience is increasing. 4. The rise of comic adapted film themes. Last year, Spider-Man made over $100 million in 3 days, and the miracle of over $400 million in the local box office directly led to the craze of bringing comic book superheroes to the screen this year. This is a brand new market, and the prospects are yet to be considered. The main filming locations of the movie Bad Guys in France are concentrated in the suburbs of Paris. The reason for choosing to shoot in Paris is, of course, because the headquarters and network of Europa Films are also mostly concentrated here. For the convenience of shooting and cost considerations, this is also the best choice. There is also the tax rebate preferential conditions that Europa Films has won for the crew this time. Just a few days ago, Ryan brought a lot of information and contract documents and went to the government with the relevant person in charge of Europa Films to apply for the approval of the tax rebate amount. The project description, the list of the main creative team, the script, the leading actors, etc. all need to be introduced and reviewed in detail before they are finally issued. The support for the French film industry is not small. The total cost of shooting is $100 million, and the tax rebate alone has received nearly $7 million in support. However, the bad thing is that it is relatively xenophobic. If most of the behind-the-scenes team of bad guys were not French, and important positions such as directors and producers were also French, and Europa Films was so popular with both sides, and with some favors, the relevant government agencies would probably not grant the quota. This is also the reason why countries such as Australia and New Zealand have become popular locations for overseas filming. Although their review is similarly cumbersome, they are not xenophobic. This money is not easily paid in full. According to the news conveyed by Ryan, in terms of support policies, it will be gradually delivered until all the filming of the film is completed. As the plane landed smoothly at Paris International Airport, the main creative team of bad guys also set foot on this land of Paris. Most of the crew are French. I don't know how many times I have been to Paris. Looking at the surrounding scenery, I don't think there is anything new. Sitting in the special car responsible for the pickup by Europa Films, the group headed towards the filming location. The surrounding high-rise buildings gradually disappeared, and the prosperous urban area was left behind. They came to the suburbs of Paris. The selected filming location was here, and the relevant outdoor scene work was also started by Europa Films. At this time, the economic development of Paris has long lost its former glory, and some infrastructure has not been improved. For example, now the flat road has become a gravel road with some potholes. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. As the vehicle drove towards the studio, invested and built by Europa Films, the road surface was restored to cement. According to the driver, this road was built by their company for travel. It can be imagined how little the Paris municipal government regards the development of the suburbs. Think about it, the train station in the city center has been said to be renovated for several years, but the related work is still stagnant, and no one knows what went wrong. What are you looking at? Eva Green asked curiously. The voice broke Lemon's thoughts. I didn't see anything. Eva, your home is in Paris, right? Yes, it's in the city, quite far from here. Eva Green answered, and then asked, why are you asking these questions? Nothing. There was no conversation along the way, and the convoy arrived at the studio of Europa Films. In addition to Ryan, several executives of Europa Films and Luc Besson came out to greet them. Long time no see, Lemon. Luc Besson was the first to greet him. I'm sorry to bother you this time. You're welcome. Luc Besson waved his hand and took the group into the studio for a visit. Speaking of which, this studio was only completed in February this year, and some of the decoration inside has not been completed. However, the space is quite large. According to Luc Besson, the entire area has reached 2 acres. In recent years, Europa Films has developed very well. Not only does it make money from its own films, but it can also make a lot of money from cooperating with Paramount in distribution. The two companies have almost reached a deep cooperation relationship. Paramount's films released in the United States have basically given the French distribution rights to Europa Films. Business is like this. You can bring me benefits, and you want me to spit out a piece of benefits for sharing. How can I do it without some return? Everything is driven by benefits. So, they also invested in the second studio of the company this year. If you have money, you should spend it where it should be spent. It is stupid to keep it in the bank and wait for it to depreciate. When we arrived at the built scene, everyone helped to move all the equipment and props from the car and put them away. There is a party in the evening. Do you have time? Luc Besson invited. Immortals. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, A Dinner Party. Subscription recommendation. Honey, is it necessary to be so grand? Irene Allen handed the child to the nanny with some depression, turned around and walked to her husband. I don't understand. It's just a birthday, and we ask the children not to have dinner with us? Can't we celebrate it alone as a family? Like in previous years. It's different this year, and you don't want those guests to dine with the children. That would make us seem impolite, Irene. Jacques Behan kissed his wife on the face. In any case, tonight's dinner is not suitable for children to join. After all, this is a social interaction. Of course, you can also regard it as a prelude to a negotiation of interests. Okay. Today is Irene Allen's birthday, but she is obviously not in a very good mood. But she also understands her husband's considerations. I hope you can achieve your wish, dear. Thank you for your wishes. Let's go to the door to greet the guests. Jacques Behan looked at his watch. Luc Besson should be here soon. Not long after, the three of them arrived together. Hi, Lemon last. Luc Besson. Who is this? Jacques Behan smiled and hugged the three people, then took the gifts from them. I'm so glad you finally found the time, especially you, Lemon. I know you must be very busy now. Thank you for coming. Don't say that. The crew does have a lot of things to do. Lemon said with a smile, but your invitation obviously matters more to me than the filming. I have always admired you, director Jack Behan. I have watched your Focus News no less than 20 times. This is Eva Green, an actress. Lemon took the initiative to introduce. Jack Behan couldn't help but smile. Obviously, a popular director appreciates his past works, which is a very happy thing. Even if it is flattery between directors, which is not annoying. Let's have an aperitif first, and a few guests should be here soon. Let's wait. He led the 3 people inside, and Irene Allen immediately came over with a glass of wine. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Irene Allen. Jack's parent took the wine glass and began to pour wine. Happy birthday, Ms. Irene. Looking at Irene Allen, who was not much older than him, Lemon couldn't help but sigh again that directors are just good at playing. A 30-year-old married a 20-year-old. A 40-year-old still married a 20-year-old. When he was 60, he still married a 20-year-old. Thinking about Luc Besson's invitation to him, he didn't refuse. It was because he was quite curious about Jacques Perrin. Well, Jacques Perrin was the best director of the 43rd Academy Awards, and he was better known for his later work The Chorus. Moreover, what he just said was not entirely flattery. Lemon really admired the director's filming works. Besides, respecting the old and loving the young is also human nature. Such a person in his 60s who has worked hard for the director's career for half his life really needs respect. Thank you. After clinking glasses with everyone, Lemon drank it all in one gulp. Besides, what Luc Besson said to him made sense. If they could promote the French film brand, it would be very helpful for their international distribution. Luc Besson still couldn't forget his idea of uniting domestic film forces to resist the invasion of Hollywood. They came here today to invite such a director to maintain a cooperative relationship with Europa Films. Of course, there are also projects to discuss. Preston is here. Please feel free to do what you want. I'll go and greet the guests, Jack Behan said, and took his wife over. Soon, the dinner began. Although the food was delicious, it was obvious that most of the guests were not thinking about it. After a brief and pleasant dinner, it was time for a cocktail party, and it was also time to curry favor with people. After the host of the banquet, Jack Behan, said a few words to let everyone have a good time, he invited Lemon and Luc Besson into the study. Eva Green didn't go with them. She came here tonight more to be a qualified party girl, and it was obviously not related to her when it came to business negotiations or interest exchanges. She found a seat in a corner and sat down, drinking champagne in silence. In the study, the 3 of them found a seat and sat down. Brandy or wine? Jack Behan asked. He poured wine for both guests, determined to get straight to the point and negotiate the project as soon as possible. Not only Europa Films wanted to cooperate with Jack Behan, he himself also had ideas in this regard. Because the market of Europa Films is getting bigger and bigger, it is also in a deep cooperative business partnership with Paramount Pictures, which is also very necessary for an art film director like him. Perhaps it is precisely because he is an art film director that he hopes that his movies can be seen and recognized by more audiences. So, Luc Besson, you already know that I'm going to shoot a new movie, right? Can you tell me what you think? Luc Besson smiled, put down the wine glass in his hand, and said in a relaxed tone, "Oh, Jack Behan, don't be so restrained and commercial. We are friends, and I'm happy to help my friends distribute movies." Jack Behan laughed and did not comment on Luc Besson's words. In his eyes, his friend abandoned the field of literature and art to study how to make a lot of money in movies, which was biased, and he did not agree with his ideas. But disagreement is one thing, and cooperation is another. He pointed at himself and laughed at himself. I'm old, and I may not have much energy to make movies, so I hope that this time I will not interfere with my shooting plan. Of course, we at Europa Films have rarely interfered with the director's creation. Lemon, who is sitting next to you, can testify to this. Yes. Lemon nodded helplessly, as if to help testify. The 2 of them were willing to cooperate, and the conversation was particularly enthusiastic. Regarding the chorus, I will inform the company as soon as possible to approve the project. Thank you. Jack Behan was in a good mood. The three of them drank another glass and chatted. As they talked, the topic turned to Lemon. "I've seen your 3 idiots, but why did you shoot Fury later?" Jax Byrne said, his tone full of regret. Lemon curled his lips and did not comment. He did not argue with this old senior. Most French directors have a romantic style, which is often reflected in their works. The more realistic thing is that most of these directors are losing money. If the French government is not really good and does not issue a large amount of film subsidies every year, these directors will probably starve to death. Originally, the market is the most realistic. If you lose money, it will be difficult to find investment to make a film. But who knew that the French government is so weird? It supports half of the French literary and artistic circles, so that they don't have any guilt that they lose money when they make a film. In this way, French films are famous all over the world for their large scale. As for what he said about supporting style, Lemon understands it. In the eyes of artistic directors like Jax Byrne, actively catering to the audience market is a step backward for the film. Maybe he saw that Lemon was stepping backward and he wanted to help the younger generation. It's a pity that Lemon's heart is like steel and he can't be convinced by just a few words. Art. If an artist can't even support himself and only knows how to take advantage of the country, he is not an artist, he is a parasite and a hooligan. Jax Byrne is better. He is not the most pedantic type. The films he made can still win awards. In terms of international influence, he can beat Lemon by several streets, but in terms of return on investment or attracting investment for filming, Lemon's achievements are also several streets ahead of him. The capital market is inherently profit-seeking. Whoever can make money can naturally attract investors to invest. For Lemon, if Luc Besson wants to fulfill his idea of resisting Hollywood, instead of looking for cooperation with major film companies or filmmakers, it is better to discuss with the government to cancel the film support funds. Let them lose their own money. If they are afraid of losing money, they will naturally not think about art or what gives people inspiration. By then, those who don't make money will be eliminated, and the market will spontaneously choose a new batch of directors. Now, everyone is still on a road of no return, and French films have a long way to go. Although the 3 people have different ideas, they talked enthusiastically and have their own views on the understanding of movies. Jax Byrne is not a professional, but after so many years, he has extremely rich theoretical knowledge and filming experience. At this time, he was particularly interested in listening to Lemon talk about the structural division of his film. When your movie is released, I will inform several friends in the circle to support you. Jax Byrne is old and has a broad mind. Seeing that Lemon has his own ideas, he did not persuade him much and spoke very sincerely. Regardless of his filming concept, this person is very interesting and we should not look down on him just because he loses money. Okay, then thank you first, sir. Lemon smiled and said, when my movie is released in France, I will definitely invite you to watch it. The 2 grown men smiled at each other, which seemed like they were getting acquainted. After talking about the matter, the 3 walked out of the study. Jax Byrne took Luc Besson to find a friend, to reminisce about the past. Lemon looked left and right and finally found Eva Green among a group of guests. She was sitting alone on the periphery of the crowd. Lemon walked quickly towards Eva Green, but at this moment, he did not expect someone to get there first. An old man with grey hair and wearing a brown suit. He seemed to be saying hello to Eva Green. Who could that be? Chapter 144 Bertoluxi, subscription recommendation. Miss, there is a role in a movie. I think you are very suitable. Do you have time to audition? Eva Green, who was enjoying the night view, was a little overwhelmed. What did you just say? The man did not mean to be ignored and continued, I'm a director. I want to invite you to audition for a role. Do you want to be an actor? The man did not recognize her. Of course, Eva Green was a newcomer and was not famous. I'm an actor. That's perfect. The man was a little happy. If you have a sense of camera, it will be very helpful for the audition. Now it is a banquet, and the man did not come here specifically to find an actor. It was just that he happened to meet the kind of role he had described in his mind, the kind of real-life feeling. He always looked at the iron temperament when selecting actors, and did not care about anything. This is my business card, Anne. The man said, took out a tissue from his pocket, wrote a few lines on it, and handed it to Eva Green. If you have any ideas, remember to contact me at the number above in the next 2 days, or come to me directly. Goodbye, beautiful lady. After the man said, he turned and left. Eva Green was still a little confused after receiving the business card. This invitation sounded like a lie to the little girl. But Lyman, who had been eavesdropping on the whole thing, knew who this person was. He just introduced his name, Bernardo Bertolucci. Well, this is also a wonder in the director world. As an Italian director, he became famous at the Cannes Film Festival in France, and has lived in France for a long time since then. He has not produced many works, but there is one that everyone has heard of. It is called The Last Emperor. It was directed and filmed by him in 1987. This film is also the first film in Chinese history to be allowed to be filmed in the Forbidden City, starring John Lone and Joan Chen. In 1988, he won 9 awards at the 60th Academy Awards for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Cinematography, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Art Design, and Best Costume Design with this film. He was nominated for 9 out of 12, which can be said to be unlimited style. But this guy, like many literary directors, doesn't care much about fame. Even though he was very popular at the time and many film companies invited him to make films, he declined. He only likes to shoot what he likes and find actors that suit him. These 2 points alone cut off the idea of those who invited him. Oh, by the way, this guy is also the chairman of the jury of the Cannes International Film Festival, and he has been the chairman for quite a long time. At that time, he also insisted on inviting Chinese filmmakers to participate in the Cannes Film Festival. Brother Chin K, Ji Yuoshi, and those 5th generation filmmakers have received a lot of favors from him. He left, but left the 2 people confused. Of course, Lyman would not say that he had just eavesdropped on their conversation. He didn't even say anything, just hugged Eva Green and continued to socialize. People need a little private space where they can hide their little emotions. There are some things that she doesn't say and she doesn't need to ask. At night, the 2 people who returned to the hotel first took a shower together and then finished the battle that was not completed in the bathroom again. This battle was very fierce, and in the end there was no winner. Eva lay on the bed, the sticky sweat and hot body temperature all over her body gradually cooled down, and a feeling of loneliness after the lingering rose from the bottom of her heart. It is also known as the sage time. Lyman, she whispered softly. What's wrong? Lyman was a little weak, but because the filming work occupied most of his time, he did exercise some muscles. He recovered for a while, hugged Eva Green, and looked into her eyes like that. Deep and mysterious, with a little thought. The most beautiful thing about her is her eyes, which have a kind of temptation of gazing at the stars, which makes people addicted. Just now at the cocktail party, a director came to me. Yeah. Lyman listened quietly, but she still chose to speak out. I want to ask, do you think it would be good for me to participate in other people's works? Of course. No actor relies on a director to support his acting career. This is unrealistic. Eva stood up and found the small note from the scattered clothes beside her. She handed it to Lyman and said, the director gave me some information about the work. Can you help me take a look? Lyman was a little at a loss. You always have a set of opinions about roles. I want you to help me analyze the role. I need your opinion. Eva Green lay on Lyman's chest like a little bird, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on Lyman's body, and her words were a little unclear. When she spoke, her voice was always very low. Lyman took the note. The information recorded on it was limited, but he still recognized which work and which role it was. He was too familiar with this movie. It was also the first time in his previous life that he saw Eva's beauty on the big screen. It was also the movie that made Eva Green famous in France, The Dreamers. The film was set against the background of the French student movement in 1986 and explored this story that rose and fell in history from the perspective of several young people. The plot is not very important. What is important is that director Bernardo Bertolucci used Isabella's erotic life to tell history from a unique perspective, and this role was played by Eva Green, the heroine. It was very explicit and dirty. Oh, by the way, there is a male protagonist in the film who is full of admiration for Tezu. In fact, this is the director Bernardo Bertolucci's private goods. This guy has become a China fan since he finished filming The Last Emperor. Do you want to star in this kind of literary and artistic movie? I don't know, but I think I should hone my acting skills. So, do you have any plans for your career? Acting skills are a very abstract thing. The more you act, and the more experience you have, the better it will be. Eva Green obviously hadn't thought about this, so what do you think? There is no definite statement about the career of an actor, but there seems to be a phenomenon popular in the entertainment circles all over the world. Those who have won recognition for their acting skills like to seek breakthroughs in commercial box office, like Nicolas Cage, and those who are among the best in box office appeal always hope to be recognized by acting awards, like Tom Cruise and Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm not sure, but Lemon raised his eyebrows and was about to speak when Eva Green said urgently, "Should I act in this movie? From an outsider's perspective, I think you should accept it." Bernardo Bertolucci is a well-known director. His connections and network of relationships will help an actor. Lemon hesitated for a moment before continuing, "But I don't want you to act in it. Have you seen Eyes Wide Shut? This movie is of a similar type to that movie." Eva Green smiled, very happily. Although Lemon said it tactfully, Eva understood that what he meant was that it was a traditional French-style movie, and it was common to take off clothes and expose one's body. He was selfish, and his views were naturally different because of his different positions. "Then I reject him." Eva Green obviously didn't think as much as Lemon did. He cared about herself, and that was enough. It's really hard to understand a woman's mind, just like now. Her directness made Lemon a little helpless. He felt like he owed something. In her previous life, Eva Green opened her acting career with this movie, and it was also this movie that made her famous. Her performance in the movie won the hearts of countless audiences around the world, and the scene of imitating the Venus de Milo has always been talked about. If she didn't act, would she still have the achievements in her previous life? Lemon didn't know, so he felt that he owed her. This bothered him a lot. Even if it was a deal, others paid more than him. Is this appropriate? Eva. Lemon wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Asking himself, he couldn't make the decision to let Eva take the play The Dreamers, even if it was just a statement. He only knew that the involvement between the two of them was getting deeper and deeper, and when she refused, what would it be like in the future? Eva Green was not so sad. She looked at Lemon's strong and well-proportioned back muscles, leaned over and kissed Lemon. After a long time, their lips parted. "You are so beautiful." Lemon's infatuation made Eva Green unable to hide the joy in her heart. Suddenly, she felt the quilt slipping off her body. Lemon had already picked her up. Desire was rising in the room. Everything was self-evident. The next morning, sunlight poured in through the gap in the curtains. On the big bed, the two woke up almost at the same time. They got dressed, washed up, and had breakfast together. Then, Lemon rushed to the set to host the rest of the filming. Eva returned to the room, looked at the mess from last night, cleaned it up a little, and called the hotel staff to take care of the cleaning. After finishing, she took out her mobile phone, pointed at the business card, and made a call. "Hello, this is Eva Green, the actress from last night. Sorry, I can't act. Forget about the audition. I don't have time recently. Yes, I already have a schedule. I'm filming a movie. No, I mean I can't take that movie. There's no need to wait for me. Yes, thank you. Sorry." After much persuasion, Eva Green finally rejected the director. He was so stubborn that when he first knew that Eva couldn't act, he thought it was a scheduling issue and was willing to wait. This enthusiasm was really overwhelming. Bernardo Bertolucci on the other hand was a little depressed because he didn't expect to be rejected by an actress. But he was never a person who liked to force others. If others didn't want to act, there was nothing wrong with it, and he quickly put the matter behind him. Tomorrow is always a new day, isn't it? Chapter 145 Traditional Dance Subscription Recommendation. The next day, in Studio 2 of Europa Pictures, Thomas sat behind the camera with a stilt stool, manipulating the job with both hands, his eyes fixed on the image in the lens. The wide-angle lens is the most suitable for shooting large scenes. Below, a group of people in black suits stood quietly, their heads slightly lowered. They were mourning the death of the leader of the Golden Gate Gang. When the camera turned to the other side, several other actors were also ready to enter the camera at any time. Morgan Freeman, you must appear kind in this conversation later. The more you give in and then fight back, the more you can show the arrogance of the gang members. The conflict of the whole drama will also be more tense. Do you understand? I know. Director Lyman. The black-faced man smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I don't know why. I always feel that black people's teeth seem to be a little whiter. Is this the effect of contrast? Wow, no wonder toothpaste has to find black people to advertise. The effect is really amazing. It's very eye-catching. The shooting continued. James Wan stood beside Lemon. In the camera, first, a plain Ford slowly stopped by the roadside. Suddenly, the camera position turned to show the scene inside the car. A camera was slowly raised by a pair of hands. Close-up shots indicated that something was going to happen. The camera first showed a black suit, trousers, and a big bald head. Then a well-dressed man followed by two men appeared in the camera. He walked quickly to the Ford car on the roadside, snatched the camera, and threw it to the ground. At this time, the camera showed the faces of the people in the camera. They were the police surveillance team led by Morgan Freeman and the gang members of Jason Statham and others. The police would definitely not remain indifferent to the funeral of the Golden Gate Gang boss, but they did not expect that it would be disrupted by the hot-tempered Jason Statham. Fuck Jason Statham said the lines he had memorized long ago, secretly filming. You like surveillance, right? Now the camera is gone. What are you going to do? Well, Jason Statham performed well this time, and it seems that he is in the right state. His words, expressions, and gestures are full of sarcasm and provocation to the Los Angeles police. You are interfering with our work for no reason. Do you know that it is illegal? Also, you have damaged other people's finances. Remember to pay the money, bastard. Morgan Freeman said this with a smile. The commotion outside was quite loud, which alarmed the people attending the funeral inside. Soon, Nicolas Cage, Heath Ledger, Tom Cruise and other powerful figures in the gang all stepped out. At this time, the camera took a close-up of the face, sweeping across the faces of several main actors one by one. Tom Cruise was silent, his eyes looked down, and he dared not look at Morgan Freeman, and wanted to avoid it. Nicolas Cage was in a bad mood, and squeezed his eyebrows hard. Obviously the accidental death of the boss and the sudden coming of the Los Angeles police made him feel irritable. The words of Morgan made Jason stinson. He was a bold master. At this time, he wanted to drive the door, to drive the other person, and his move was unsuccessful. A small police officer also pulled the door and kept him open. After getting off the car, I also sorted out the wrinkled collar, which was calmly confronted with Jason Statham. This is a bad thing about summer. After a short shooting, the sweat will soak the clothes or mess up the makeup. Wipe the sweat off and change into dry clothes. The shooting continues. Why? You want to beat up the police officers? Are you sure the boss behind you can protect you? Or have you had enough fun outside and want to go to jail? Well, I'm standing here, and I'll satisfy you. Come on, beat me up in front of so many people. Morgan Freeman laughed happily. Don't you dare. Yes, the counterattack is very fierce. In this section, he borrowed from the scene where Sonny confronted the FBI in The Godfather. It's just that there was a wedding over there and this was a funeral here. Jason Statham certainly didn't dare to beat up the police, or to be more precise, he didn't dare to do it openly. In everything, the most feared thing is to do it openly. He stomped on the camera on the ground angrily to vent his anger. When he was about to leave, Morgan Freeman called him again. Hey, you uneducated boy, where's the money? Pay me back. Jason Statham turned around a few steps, took out a Franklin from his suit pocket, and threw it on the ground. Is that enough? Of course. Morgan Freeman was not affected by his actions at all, and still smiled. After picking up the money, he counted it, and found that he had given too much. You don't need so much. As he said that, he also threw some of the money on the ground. Jason Statham ignored him, and took his people away. Heh, you don't want the money, you are such a fool. After that, Morgan Freeman didn't pick up the money thrown on the ground anymore, returned to the car, and left the scene. This scene was quite cumbersome to shoot, because there were too many people. Every shot had to be paused, and there were also interferences from props, actor makeup, standing positions, etc., which also required time to adjust. It took a whole morning, and after finally dealing with it, Morgan Freeman's part in the crew was also finished. After the police line was filmed, the rest was much easier. Because the filming went smoothly, everyone was in a good mood. At George's suggestion, the crew booked a bar on the Champs-Élysées in Paris to hold a small farewell party for Morgan Freeman, who was leaving, and also to release the pressure accumulated during the long filming. Lyman did not spoil the fun, and specifically ordered that the filming would continue tomorrow afternoon to give everyone more time. As a man, he also understood what those animals in the crew were thinking. As soon as he entered the bar, he asked people what services they had, which was quite straightforward. This group of people are not short of money. After all, the salary for filming is higher than that of ordinary middle-class families. The manager of the bar is also a smart person. When he saw this, he quickly contacted a large group of glamorous girls to come over. They also prepared a program, dancing the can-can on a round table. It is similar to the kind of tables that can be sat around. Everyone drinks, and there are girls dancing the most famous can-can dance on the French show. Students who don't know what the can-can dance is can go and watch Moulin Rouge starring Nicole Kidman. The dance that instantly makes people's hormones rise is the can-can dance. The gorgeous lights and seductive dance are a perfect match. Many members of the crew were very excited. Yes, a large group of men who haven't communicated with girls for several months have been holding back for a long time. Not to mention that there are many bachelors in Lyman's crew. They drank and watched the dance. When they were in the mood, they would throw a wad of money on the table or directly give it to the dancing girl. The group of girls who were invited were also very happy. They were in this business. When they met someone who was generous, they could make more money. What else could they be dissatisfied with? After a while, the two groups found their temporary partners. Morgan Freeman, you performed very well. At the bar counter of the bar, Lyman raised his glass. The two clinked it, and then drank the beer in it. I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future, Morgan Freeman said. The attitude was very humble. Saying the right thing to the right person is a common social survival skill. Of course, I hope so. After a brief greeting, Lyman wandered around with a glass of wine in his hand, watched the can-can dance for a while, and then walked to a quiet rest area, sat in a seat, and drank slowly. He was not as impatient as those people. Even Tom Cruise was a little unrestrained. Of course, he has always been like this, and there is Nicolas Cage. These two are simply the little princes of nightclubs, and are very good at having fun. However, Heath Ledger has worked with Nicolas Cage in 2 movies, but he has not been corrupted. At this time, he followed a group of people, watched the dance, drank the wine, but did not make any moves, and simply enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere. Hi, you are alone. A girl dressed very cool came over, holding champagne in her hand, pretending to clink glasses with Lyman. Lyman had no objection, and a crisp clinking sound rang out, and he drank the remaining wine in the glass. Want to play together? The girl was very straightforward, and not shy at all. She had just finished dancing, and her forehead was still sweaty. No. Lyman refused decisively. The girl did not hide her disappointment, apologized a little, and turned to look for other prey. Very good. Eva Green, who was not far away, retracted her gaze and asked the bartender for another glass of champagne. It's not that he doesn't want to be wild, but that he has the will, but not the strength. He comes to exploit me for no reason, but he is still a human being. In this regard, female comrades should have a say. Anyway, the later it gets, the more I feel that it's not me who is having fun, but her. I silently asked for another glass of wine and watched others having fun. Lyman sighed. It's no wonder that the emotional journey of first-line movie stars such as Tom Cruise and Nicolas Cage is so bumpy. There are very few people in the circle, both men and women, who don't like to play. It's a miracle that such a relationship can be maintained. Even if he can tolerate it, the man can't tolerate it. Well, who said that the woman doesn't like to play? Angelina Jolie has something to say. However, this is their own business, and there is nothing to worry about. As long as these people's private lives do not involve marriage, they are rarely criticized by the media. This is the general environment in Hollywood, and even the public is very open-minded about this aspect. But the premise is not to enter the palace of marriage. This is what Lyman planned. Anyway, he is alone and worry-free, and he doesn't need to be forced to get married. How cool. Demons. Chapter 146. End of filming. Please subscribe and recommend. Simply relaxing is obviously a very good way to adjust. When we continued shooting the next afternoon, the crew was much more energetic than usual. With everyone being energetic, the progress of shooting was naturally much faster. As time went by, the shooting of bad guys came to an end. The actors also finished shooting one after another. Jason Statham left the crew on April 23rd. Eva Green's part ended on April 25th. Of course, she didn't leave. Except for occasionally going home to visit her parents, she stayed in the crew most of the time and helped as much as she could. In this way, Lyman couldn't say anything. People work for you for free. What can you say? As one of the producers, Ryan has always been unpredictable about their relationship, but at this moment he didn't dare to arrange Eva Green to do anything. He only picked some easy jobs to give the girl a step to stay in the crew after finishing shooting. In fact, it was also a step for Lyman. He always likes to distinguish between public and private. Even close friends like Thomas and Ryan tried their best not to violate the rules. Sometimes, many things are just a line apart. If you cross it, you often end up in a bad situation. When it comes to feelings, money, interests, etc., you have to be more cautious. Being in the entertainment industry, he is used to the scene of falling out and not recognizing each other, so naturally he doesn't want this to happen to him. When people are alive, everything is fake. Don't you think it's sad? On April 29th, the crew ushered in the last scene. After filming, it was finished. Lyman got up earlier than usual today. He got up before 6 o'clock. He got dressed and washed up. He went downstairs to have breakfast at the breakfast stall and walked all the way to the set. On the way, the crew kept greeting him. He nodded in response. Speaking of which, filming can really promote the development of the local economy because it is vibrant. In less than a month of filming, many people selling various things spontaneously appeared around the set. Fruits, breakfast, drinks, and nearby bars and hotels can all make a lot of money. If this kind of business is stabilized, it is not impossible to develop a movie city. Of course, Europa Pictures' layout of the studio, in addition to facilitating filming, also has a similar purpose. The support of the French government or the Paris municipal government is indispensable. Just such a large piece of land, a discount is enough to save a lot of money. Isn't economic development gradually starting in this kind of circulation? The nature is different, but the principle is similar. The time came to 9 o'clock, and the actors arrived one after another. Everyone was in a good mood, and Lyman did not dawdle. Everything was ready. Sitting behind the director's monitor, he signaled with his eyes. James Wan on the side, picked up the megaphone and shouted loudly, Act 76, Scene 1, Action. The filming went smoothly, but soon, the sky outside became gloomy, and it started to rain again. Looking outside, the rain was quite heavy. Someone, bring a green screen to cover the surroundings. We will shoot with lights, and no natural light will be used. If it had rained 2 days ago, it might have delayed the crew's filming, but the last scene was a simple indoor scene. No matter how much the sky cried, it could not disturb their work. Haha, God is so angry. As the surrounding light was blocked tightly, several headlights placed around were turned on, and suddenly it became like a bright sunny day. Action. This scene is Tom Cruise's personal play. The revenge of the second in command came so suddenly and so violently. He stood in front of the balcony of his room and answered a phone call. The third in command was attacked and seriously injured. His wife was tragically killed. He looked a little silent, lowered his head slightly, and took out a cigarette box. His hands were a little trembling, but he was still calm. He put a cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and took a few puffs. When editing later, he will use flashbacks here to introduce his life with his wife. He actually married the gentlewoman with a purpose. Her grandfather had a favor to the leader of the Kinman party. Although she did not participate in the society, she was also half a member of the society, and marrying her would gain the appreciation of the society's top leaders and improve his status. This is beyond doubt, so he did it. To say that there is true love? It is a bit ridiculous. How can there be sincerity if there is an ulterior motive? Halfway through smoking a cigarette, Tom Cruise pinched it out with his fingertips. The instantaneous burning was a bit stinging. When his somewhat chaotic brain came to his senses, he realized what he had lost forever. He had no choice whether to love or not. As for whether he cared or not, he must have cared a lot. The woman who always loved to laugh and whose eyes seemed to have stars when she laughed was gone. Why did he persevere in fear and silently persevere all these years? He didn't know. Even when he was an undercover, he was ignorant. It was a casual remark from his boss that made him embark on this path. The camera pulled up with the rising smoke, and Tom Cruise's figure seemed to become extremely small. The curtain opened. Cap. As Lyman shouted this, everyone in the crew focused their attention on him. Filming is finished. Lyman continued to shout with ease. Ha, it's finally over. The main creative team of the crew also breathed a sigh of relief. Tom Cruise put his mood in order and quickly left the show. Tonight, everyone must get drunk. I'll treat you, Tom Cruise announced generously. It really seems that it only takes a second to change from an undercover to Taste of Tom. So fast. Lyman had no problem with his generosity. Anyway, it didn't matter who paid for the rap party. The crew was quite motivated to quickly clean up the set and seal up the film materials that they had worked hard to shoot in the past 2 months. The group set off for the Four Seasons Hotel in the center of Paris. After eating and drinking, they set off for the nightclub Street. Tom Cruise is not short of money, and the service is a one-stop service. Unfortunately, Lyman did not participate in the rest of the trip. Instead, he was very considerate and asked someone to drive Eva Green back to her home. Eva Green was very satisfied with his behavior. As soon as he got in the car, he couldn't wait to give him a sweet kiss. How could Lyman be taken advantage of by a woman? Instantly, he became the host and his hands became dishonest. Eva Green sat on Lyman and responded enthusiastically. After a long time, their lips parted. Eva Green blushed, as if she just realized that there was an outsider in the car. Of course, if the driver knew what she was thinking, he might be very disdainful. As an experienced driver, he had seen everything. Sprinkle water. Am I your girlfriend? No. Then what am I to you? I don't know. Eva Green put her arms around Lyman's neck and kissed him again. This kind of conversation was not the first time. Lyman said that he dealt with it casually. He wiped his lips lightly. He kissed too hard just now, and it seemed that they were bitten. Eva Green knew that there would be no response to her question, but she always liked to ask it. She didn't know why. Maybe just like what Lyman said, she looked a little bit unintelligent. Eva Green looked at the bite mark with seductive eyes and rubbed it twice with the tip of her tongue. Who could bear this? She immediately opened her mouth and held it, kissing again. The temperature in the car continued to rise. Fortunately, the destination was reached. Eva, you should go back. She still hugged Lyman, with no intention of letting go. Suddenly her face turned red, and she took the initiative to whisper in his ear, "Or, I won't go back tonight. There is a hotel nearby. Let's go there." Lyman's tone became serious. "No, we are already downstairs of your house. Let's go back." Lyman wanted to pass by your house without entering, but he disagreed. The battle just ended last night, and he came again tonight. Do you still want the kidney? He didn't even accept Tom Cruise's invitation, and said what fun it was. Such temptations were rejected by him firmly, so how could he fail here? No, absolutely not. Eva Green suddenly chuckled and glanced at Lyman. What does this mean? What kind of look is this? Lyman was not happy about this, as it concerns the dignity of man. I think your suggestion is very good. How about performing yoga tonight? In response to Lyman, it was Eva Green who turned around and got out of the car. I'm going up. Good night. She smiled and waved. Yeah, good night. Lyman breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. Fortunately, this didn't happen. Otherwise, what if he really damaged his kidneys? There are plenty of days and beauties in the future, young man. You have to be restrained. The car slowly turned around and drove in the direction it came from. Eva Green watched the car disappear from sight and went upstairs in a good mood. What she didn't know was that this scene was seen through by someone with ulterior motives. Eva Green was born into an acting family. Her mother, Marnie Joppert, is a French actress. Of course, her acting career was not very smooth. After she got married and retired from the film industry, she started writing children's magazine novels. Her father, Walter Green, is a dentist in Sweden. He has little to do with the entertainment industry, but he has also starred in the movie The Suffering of Balthazar. Her aunt, Merica Green, is a professional actress. She is also semi-retired and is focused on managing her family life. She also has a twin sister, Eve Green, who is still in college. I'm back. Eva Green walked in and put on slippers. She walked into the room. Her mother was watching TV on the sofa. When she saw her daughter coming back, she greeted her enthusiastically. "Are you hungry? I've eaten." It was late at night. When Eva Green finished washing up in the bathroom, her mother had already returned to her room to sleep. I guess she called to say she was coming back today, which made her a little concerned. Eva Green changed into pajamas and lay on the bed, hugging a pillow in her hand, rolling over and over. Dang dang dang. Chapter 147 star poster. Subscription recommendation. Knock, knock, knock. Eva Green, disturbed by the knocking sound, got out of bed, put on her slippers, and walked to the door. When she opened the door, she found her sister, Eve Green. She was wearing off-white pajamas, with a sly look in her eyes. "What? Is there something wrong?" Eva Green asked in confusion. "It's so late, why don't you go to bed?" "I just saw it." Eve Green stepped forward and hugged her sister's waist, smiling and said, "Who did you say hello to when you got off the car? Come in." Eva took the opportunity to pull her sister into the room and close the door. "It's so late, someone sent you back. Who is it?" After asking, Eve hurriedly said, "Don't tell me that someone from the crew sent you back. I don't think so. You should be very familiar with each other." And you waved goodbye. Eve looked at her sister's speechless appearance and laughed out loud. She felt that her curiosity was about to explode. "Why are you laughing so loudly? You will wake up your parents later." Eva Green rolled her eyes and criticized in a low voice. "I was still wondering how I was seen. It was just a friend who sent me back. What's the big deal?" Eva Green said, sitting on the bed. Eve Green's intuition told her that this was not a simple matter. She sat side by side, looking at her sister's face from time to time, and grinning, which made Eva feel creepy. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at someone lying," Eve said, tiptoeing and swaying. "So and so lied. It's just a friend from the crew. You think too much. I don't believe it. You haven't allowed me to visit your crew. There must be something fishy." Eve came over and whispered. After she finished speaking, she laughed first. She must have felt that she was possessed by the great detective Sherlock Holmes at this moment. "I don't have the final say in the crew. Do you think you can go in if I allow you to visit?" Eva told the truth. It's really not easy for ordinary people to visit the crew. Even the agents of several leading actors have to inform in advance if they want to come in. Lyman has always been very strict in this regard. HMPH. Eve snorted deliberately, pretending to be angry. She wanted to go to the crew, not to see Eve. After all, Eve could see him at home. Her real purpose was to find Tom Cruise. Last time, she asked Eve to help get an autographed photo of Tom Cruise, and it took a lot of effort. Now, she wanted more, and wanted to see him up close. And the reason why she noticed these just now was just a coincidence. She didn't want to pursue anything. In the end, her purpose was still to threaten to go to the crew, to meet the big star. It must be said that, although the two had the same birthday, Eve only came out earlier than her. The age difference is not much, but the IQ seems to be quite different. Is this the secret of twin sisters? Eve Green tried for a long time, but still couldn't get any answer, and it seemed that her purpose could not be achieved. She went back to her room, to sleep with some disappointment. Seeing her sister leave, Eve finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her sister is really annoying, and has a strong desire for knowledge. Perhaps that's why she was admitted to Pierre and Marie Curie University, while she went to the Academy of Performing Arts. Eva turned over and lay on the bed, looking up at the ceiling. Suddenly, she thought of the time when she took the initiative to ask for a kiss, but bit Lemon's lip. She couldn't help but smile, revealing a shallow dimple. Bad Guys just want to bite you. Since the filming of Bad Guys was finished, Europa Films and Paramount Pictures have jointly launched a small-scale publicity. It will be around the time when post-production is completed, that is, in May, that there will be a large-scale sprint, and then it will enter the theaters and receive market response. The two companies jointly borne $50 million in publicity and promotion expenses, with Paramount Pictures paying $30 million and Europa Films paying $20 million. After all, the former is the one who gets the bulk of the profits, and the latter wants the foundation and long-term income of the film. With sufficient funds to support, small-scale publicity is not bad. What about contacting major cinemas, communities, and colleges and universities? Anyway, places with a large flow of people have to find ways to post movie posters. There are also media, but it is not the final time to make efforts. Only a few tabloids have taken the lead in publicity. The two companies have not missed the online publicity. Under the general trend of internet thinking, this area has gradually become a publicity frontier that major film companies attach great importance to, and the focus of this publicity is still on actors, especially Tom Cruise. He has a unique advantage in this regard. If the fan groups of several leading actors are divided, Nicolas Cage's audience is more middle-aged women, between 30 and 45 years old. Heath Ledger, needless to say, has a small fan group and is not selective, and Tom Cruise's audience is too wide, from teenagers to middle-aged and elderly people, spanning multiple age groups. Is the name of Liang Tang false? So this time the publicity goals of the two companies are very clear, that is, to play the fan card as much as possible. Several posters for publicity are also focused on Tom Cruise. His name is ranked first in the cast, and it is specially enlarged and bolded. Of course, Nicolas Cage, who is also a first-line movie star, cannot be partial to one over the other. His name is ranked second, and it is also enlarged and bolded. To be honest, the name arrangement of this poster is very famous. It is related to the status and publicity of an actor, and it cannot be sloppy. The remaining few people did not have such treatment. The font and size are all standard. Below the actor, there is also a small word, new work directed by Lyman Lester. Well, the director's advantage must also be used well. After all, some people choose to go to the cinema after seeing the director's name. In addition to these, there are also personal posters and photos of actors. Nicolas Cage, Eva Green, Heath Ledger, Tom Cruise, and Kate Beckinsale all have them. It is a screenshot of the character costumes during the filming of the movie. Once it was released, it was actually well received. In just a few days, most of the inventory was sold out, and Paramount Pictures quickly contacted the manufacturer to print more. The best-selling poster is Tom Cruise's undercover role in the film. His photo poster of smoking in front of the French window of a high-rise office has caused a buying frenzy. Many fans spontaneously want to collect these, and I really have to sigh at the prevalence of fan culture. No wonder this kind of star who sells his face is becoming more and more popular later. It is simply a general trend. In the central area of Santa Monica, in a newsstand on the 3rd pedestrian street, a group of boys and girls in fancy clothes gathered here instantly. The owner of the newsstand was shocked, but he had also seen big storms. He also greeted this group of customers enthusiastically. A group of people chatted and discussed eagerly, and searched around from time to time. The newsstand owner listened to it, and understood the purpose of this group of people. It turned out that they all came to buy a promotional poster for a movie. They found that many stores were sold out, but they didn't expect that there were still some here. The newsstand owner listened and was silent. He finished purchasing the goods last night, but he didn't come the next morning because he had something to do. He only thought of setting up a stall after he had dinner early in the evening. Hey, I was the first one to find out that there were some here. Why don't you thank me? A white fat boy felt ignored by his companions and shouted loudly. Okay, Gemman, thank you for informing me of this news. Is that okay? A blonde girl said perfunctorily, holding a photo poster of Tom Cruise. Thank you, Gemman, you are a good person. Gemman is really great. The fat boy called Gemman was hit by his companion's words, and his little face was full of disappointment. "Boss, how many stocks of this poster do you have?" a girl asked. The newsstand owner looked closely and found that it was a picture of Tom Cruise smoking silently. He thought for a while and replied, "There are 10 more, including the one you have in your hand, a total of 10 copies." When he bought the goods, there were a total of 7 types of promotional photos of the movie posters of bad guys. According to the distribution rules or the publicity expenses thrown by Paramount Pictures, newsstands like his in big cities such as Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago all uniformly sold about 10 copies of each poster. He didn't buy more. After all, it was a publicity task, and it was still unclear whether it could be sold. Now it seems that he made some mistakes. "I'll buy them all. Give them all to me." The blonde girl was quite generous and took out a few Franklins. "Lily, you want them all. What should we do? I also want a style like this." A girl who was traveling with him said dissatisfiedly. "Yes, I went to many stores and couldn't buy it. I also want it. I want to stick it on the head of my bed." Me, forget it." A boy was about to express his opinion, but was glared at by several girls and was defeated. "Well, I'll give you a few." The blonde girl was not unreasonable. "Great, Lily, thank you." Amid the laughter of the crowd, the newsstand owner took the money, took out the remaining 9 posters, and handed them to the blonde girl along with the change. The boys didn't want to go home empty-handed, so they each picked a few posters. The boys all picked stills of Kate Beckinsale or Eva Green. As for the remaining ones such as those of Nicolas Cage, Heath Ledger, etc., if they were not really enthusiastic fans, they probably had no choice and sold them reluctantly. "Boss, can you get more promotional photos of Tom Cruise tomorrow? There are many classmates in my class who want them." Before leaving, a girl reminded. Of course. How could the boss, who was a little regretful for not getting more goods, not know this? Without the girl's reminder, he was going to find the supplier to get more tonight. What? They were all taken away. As the night was getting late, the newsstand owner, who was busy for a while and finally quieted down, was about to talk about this matter, but what he got was not good news. "How long will it take to make a new batch?" "Okay, I understand." Alas, the dream of getting rich was shattered before it was even realized. Chapter 148 Simple Music. Please subscribe and recommend. In an editing room at the headquarters of Europa Films, Ryan was wearing a headset and sorting out and inserting the voiceover of the movie or narration. Thomas sat at the editing table, looking at the rough cut footage of bad guys and looking for the right editing point. On the ground, 2 big men were sleeping on the floor. Their eyes were dull and out of focus. Last night, they edited all night, which was crazy. Of course, they were also in the mood, and their inspiration was like a spring, which could not be stopped. This time, James Wan was also lucky enough to be pulled into the editing by Lyman. As a director, it is still good to have some relevant experience. And last night, it was the 2 of them who edited together. After resting for an unknown period of time, Lyman, who was not sleepy, simply sat down to watch the progress of the work after Ryan and Thomas took over. "How much have you done?" 264 minutes. Thomas turned around and looked energetic. "There are more than 10 minutes of material left to be edited." By the way, after they finished filming, they each took a 3-day vacation and gathered again to prepare for the post-production of the movie. Counting the days, as of today, they have been in the editing room for almost a week. Of course, the progress of the work is worthy of their efforts, and now they have started re-editing. After all, the post-production work of Bad Guys is not cumbersome. There is no excessive use of computer CG special effects synthesis, and there is no need to render the background of the lens. At this speed, Lyman is very confident that the entire post-production of the film will be completed in early May. It is only now that the benefits of his insistence on real-life shooting of most shots are truly reflected. In the following time, the group continued to devote themselves to film editing. After another 3 days, the re-editing was completed, and Hans Zimmer's soundtrack team was also invited to Paris to join the production work. Since the last time the 2 worked together to complete the Fury project, they have also gotten to know each other. Lyman still recognizes the ability of his team, and this time he also found them to compose the music for Bad Guys. After another fine cut, the length of the whole film was controlled at about 153 minutes. On May 3rd, Luc Besson of Europa Films called and said that he could release a movie trailer to promote the film. Lyman agreed and spent a day editing a 90-second movie trailer. However, after editing, it still needs a special soundtrack. In this regard, Hans Zimmer proposed a plan. There is a company that specializes in composing music for trailers. If you want to launch it quickly, just find them. Because the film needs a few original soundtracks to suit the occasion, his team has been busy with that recently and has not had much time to compose music for the trailer. Then, Hans Zimmer briefly introduced the trailer music company called Intuitive Music. At present, their company has a huge music copyright library in the market. Most of these music are very universal music clips. We call them material music in the industry, which is very suitable for the editing of movie trailers. The so-called material music has developed along with the media such as movies, television, radio, and games. The Intuitive Music Company consciously creates some commonly used tunes to license to some movie studios or TV stations, radio stations, and game production companies to collect copyright fees. So if you hear a certain song that sounds familiar, not only in games, but also in videos, don't doubt it, it is material music. It is common for the same material music to appear in various media, and those companies also make money by this multifaceted authorization. Intuitive Company is particularly good in movie trailers. The trailers of movies such as Independence Day, Mission Impossible, and Harry Potter all have traces of it. This kind of professional assembly line mass production of musical note combinations not only has a lot of choices, but also has a high quality guarantee. It can be as close to the theme of movie as possible, and it also greatly improves the production efficiency of trailers. With the development of commercial films becoming more and more prosperous, this simple music trailer method has gradually become the mainstream in Hollywood due to the need for publicity methods. It can be said that it is a product that conforms to the times and market development. Okay, I'll contact them right away. A day later, the relevant person in charge of Intuitive Music rushed to Paris and brought more than a dozen relatively suitable simple tunes. After Hans Zimmer selected them, he chose one of them. For this, Europa Films paid a licensing fee of $100,000. Don't underestimate this money. After the movie is released, the right to use these authorized soundtracks is still with Intuitive Music, and they can also reauthorize. This kind of circular use of copyright is a fairly stable and long-term source of income, so these soundtrack companies can be regarded as winning super high returns with very small investment. After the problem of the trailer was quickly solved, Europa Films and Paramount Pictures used their resources to quickly push it to the market before the summer vacation. TV advertisements, theater big screen inserts, and other carriers also completed the task very well. For a while, the discussion about bad guys suddenly increased. In particular, the competition among several leading actors shown in the trailer, especially the confrontation between Tom Cruise and Nicolas Cage in the warehouse, aroused a lot of curiosity among fans. Well, you deal with her. Cage, with a calm face, took out a gun, carefully loaded the bullet, and handed it to Tom. Tom, who was trying to remain calm, took the gun and pulled the trigger at the female owner of the cigar shop in the Iron Barrel. In this conversation, the eyes and actions of the two were very good. According to fans, Nicolas Cage is fine, but when did Tom Cruise become full of drama? I really want to watch the whole movie. After the trailer fermented for a while, the public relations team of Paramount Pictures quickly made efforts to buy the front page headlines of major media newspapers, specifically praising how hard Tom Cruise worked when filming Bad Guys, saying that he didn't need a double for the fight, insisted on filming in high temperatures and almost fainted in the end, and read the script to figure out how to act well. Anyway, whatever attracts attention is done. As for whether it is true or not, who cares? It is a bit exaggerated, but the effect is really amazing. In recent years, people have praised Tom Cruise for his professionalism for a long time, and he is indeed qualified. At least, he really worked hard during the filming, and it was not all fake. These reports in the media, in addition to winning the sympathy of fans and audiences, also aroused the desire of some people to watch the movie. The random survey data conducted by the street survey company hired by Paramount Pictures is quite powerful proof. In the Paramount Pictures headquarters building in Hollywood, the senior marketing department who were in a meeting reported the information collected in this regard. In this random survey, a total of 4,620 people were interviewed, mainly between the ages of 16 and 45. More than 83% of them have heard or seen news about Bad Guys, more than 62% are interested, and more than 20% say they will definitely go to the theater to support it. Terry stood in front of the projector, switching the information, while introducing in detail. The rest of the people said they would decide whether to watch it, based on the quality of the film, and about 12% were completely uninterested. Some of the respondents also expressed disgust with Tom Cruise's participation. Disgusted. Which movie star doesn't have black fans? Don't worry about it. After everyone listened, Shirley Lansing showed a satisfied smile on her face. It seems that we have done a good job. The next publicity focus can be moved to Nicolas Cage and director Lyman. He is like every director who is becoming famous. He is building his own reputation as a director. We should not miss this advantage. Yes. The head of the publicity department of Paramount Pictures responded and said he knew. How will Europa Films arrange it? Have they said anything? Shirley Lansing continued. They will help Bad Guys get on the list of the organizers of this year's Cannes International Film Festival. They will first use the Cannes Film Festival to build momentum, and then prepare for the premieres in 2 places, to maximize the publicity effect. Okay, that's it. We will continue to maintain the existing publicity efforts, and only increase resources, and concentrate on publicity during the Cannes Film Festival. Everyone nodded in agreement. The meeting is adjourned. In the editing room of Europa Films, James Wan was in a very happy mood. When filming Bad Guys, he felt constantly surprised. In order to achieve the imaging effect that Lyman wanted, he was humbly taught. And now, when he saw the finished film, he felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. It's wonderful. He looked at Bad Guys with a ruddy face and shining eyes. This movie is very beneficial to James Wan. Lyman on the side was also very relaxed. The hard work during this period of time has finally paid off. In the room, Ryan, Thomas and others were also excited and excited. Phew, I must take a good bath and have a good sleep tonight. After the movie was over and no flaws were found after checking, Ryan said with some emotion. After 3 weeks of living and eating in post-production, Ryan felt that he had lost a lot of weight. Finally, he didn't have to look at the shooting materials anymore, and he felt like he was reborn. Let's go. Let's have a good meal first. Lyman sealed the finished film and took the lead in greeting. The group walked comfortably in the park of Europa Films and soon arrived at a restaurant. After ordering the dishes, Lyman called George again and asked him to make a few more copies of the film. Then, he called Luc Besson again to say that he had completed the post-production. Put down the phone. The food has already arrived. Chapter 149 Active Invitation. Subscription Recommendation. On the 3rd day after the post-production was completed, Lyman came to Europa Films. He needed to discuss Luc Besson's participation in the Cannes Film Festival. When he arrived at the office, Luc Besson was already waiting. Coffee? He greeted. No. Lyman waved his hand. What are your plans? Cannes. The two have worked together many times, and they have avoided boring courtesies. Sitting on the sofa, Lyman asked straight to the point. It's not that I want to, it was the Cannes jury that took the initiative to invite me. Luc Besson explained. After all, Lyman is a French director, but he has made 2 or 3 works, and he has not participated in the Cannes International Film Festival. This seems a bit wrong. So, after the jury over there found out that Lyman's new film editing was completed, they immediately came to urge Europa Films. Luc Besson naturally has a good relationship with them, and he agreed casually. In his opinion, it is also a good thing to promote it, and it will definitely win an award. As for why, let's learn about the local talent support policy. This is not a secret. Venice, Berlin, and Cannes, the so-called 3 major international film festivals, all have selfish motives. First of all, you have to understand that they are regional film festivals before they can rise to the international market. Without the support of the French government, they would not have the current reputation. Besides, the jury is mostly French. How do you let them choose? All crows are black. Although the Oscars have many unspoken rules, this one is no less inferior. Okay then. Lemon thought about it and didn't think there was anything wrong. He just felt troubled. Since he really saw the Oscar selection, he has never felt that the film awards selected by a group of selfish people would be fair. But it is also a fact that he has never participated in Cannes. People support you so much, it seems unreasonable not to give face. I will go with you at that time. It will be very helpful for you to get to know more people in the network circle. Luc Besson said quite realistically. Well, you guys make the arrangements. On May 10th, Lemon, Thomas, James Wan, Ryan, George, and Eva Green, who hadn't seen each other for a while, met again at the airport in Paris. The chairman of the jury of the 56th Cannes International Film Festival is Patrice Chéreau. Well, this person was born in Lezenay, France. In 1994, he won the 47th Cannes International Film Jury Award for the feature film Queen Margot. He is considered a direct descendant of directors at the Cannes Film Festival. The group waited in the terminal for a while and then got on the plane. Eva Green sat next to Lemon. How are you doing recently? Nothing. I stayed at home for a while. Eva Green's words were a little resentful. When they were shooting, they were together when they had nothing to do, but when they were busy with work, Lemon could really do without contacting her. For 20 days, he didn't take the initiative to call her. Eva didn't know how to describe this. Anyway, in her impression, Lemon has always been a workaholic and treats the work of film very attentively. Lemon was stunned, and suddenly he didn't know what to talk about. The atmosphere was a little awkward. The casual topic was directly killed by Eva Green's resentful atmosphere. There was no way. If you can't say it, can't you show it with action? Seeing this, Lemon leaned towards her and put his arm around her waist. Eva Green turned her head, glanced at her, and said nothing. Her body was very honest and took the initiative to move a little closer. Tonight, come to my house, Lemon said softly. No, I'll just stay in a hotel. Eva Green blushed and refused decisively. Don't you want to? 30 words omitted here. In the end, Eva Green couldn't refuse Lemon's proposal. About 2 hours later, the plane landed at the airport. A group of people walked out of the passage with their luggage. Lemon looked at the familiar scenery around him and was also a little emotional. This beautiful seaside town, which is usually too quiet, only shows its noisy side at this time. May every year is the season for movies, and the glory of the screen covers everyone. When they arrived, it was almost the opening ceremony. Many tourists and film practitioners who came here could be seen on the small land. Since the 1990s, they have been advocating the introduction of Hollywood films to participate in the exhibition. Today, Cannes is full of commercial atmosphere and has become the world's largest film trading market. Sitting in the car, huge posters can be seen everywhere. X-Men 2, The Matrix 2, Bruce Almighty. Well, there is no lack of posters for Bad Guys. Because it is a local battle, the momentum is even more enthusiastic. Although they were not shortlisted for the competition unit of the Cannes Film Festival at all, it did not prevent Hollywood film producers from using this platform to promote. The group, led by the relevant person in charge of Europa Films who arrived earlier, went to the majestic Beria Hotel. This hotel is just opposite the Film Palace, less than 200 meters away, and is the official partner of the Cannes Film Festival for many years. However, they did not come here to stay. They all went back to home. So how could they stay in a hotel? After getting off the car and walking in, Lemon heard a familiar greeting before entering the hotel lobby. Turning around, I found that Luc Besson, who had come to Cannes a few days earlier, was walking towards me with a smile, and there was a man next to him who was also dressed very formally. Lemon, this is Mr. Patrice Chéreau. Luc Besson introduced first. Hello. The two shook hands warmly. Director Lemon is indeed a young and promising man. Patrice Chéreau, as the chairman of the Cannes jury this year, was not arrogant at all. He complimented very politely, nice to meet you. As he said that, he opened his arms and hugged Lemon very warmly. The status of the two was not equal. These days, directors with market achievements are more popular than so-called literary directors. Whether in the industry or outside the industry, it seems that there are always people who think that the status of literary directors is naturally superior to that of commercial directors. This idea is wrong. Instead, people in the industry are more optimistic about directors who can achieve results. Can you say that James Cameron's international status is not as good as Giuseppe Tornatore? Oh, you don't know the latter. The Italian director's main works include La Bella Sicilia, Cinema Paradiso, and The Legend of 1900. That's fine. Not to mention that Patrice Chero's achievements are not outstanding among a group of European art directors, but he has the qualifications, and it is his turn to be the chairman. After all, the Cannes Film Festival changes its jury every year, so even if there is a queue, it is his turn. Inserted aggression. This year's jury also has Jiang Wen. As mentioned earlier, the Cannes Film Festival is the most concerned about Chinese filmmakers among all the film festivals. And the so-called carpet stars, yes, I'm talking about Bingbing, in later generations also spread from Cannes. There is no way. The organizing committee also has to generate income. The importance of funds for the smooth holding of such a costly film festival is self-evident. Although the French government and the Cannes municipal government will bear part of the cost of the film festival from fiscal revenue, and big name sponsors such as L'Oreal and Dyer will also provide a lot of support. If the film festival wants to continue to maintain itself every year, it also needs to have a hematopoietic function. Spending money on the red carpet is just one of the ways to make money. We have decided to set the opening film for tomorrow as Bad Guys, Patrice Chero said with a smile. Really? Ha ha ha. Lemon didn't know how to deal with the goodwill released by the other party and laughed perfunctorily. Oh, let me explain here that the opening ceremony he mentioned is the premiere in the exhibition hall of the non-competitive unit. After all, the jury of the Cannes Film Festival still has to save some face and can't do too much, otherwise the reputation will be bad and it will be difficult to fool everyone to come again in the future. However, giving Bad Guys an opening ceremony premiere can be regarded as Luc Besson's act of lobbying and the selfishness of the organizing committee. Besides, Patrice Chero also has his own little calculations. Don't look at his Berlin Director Award and the French Kaiser Director Award, but it is still not easy to make a film to attract investment. After all, art films belong to a niche type, which is a natural disadvantage. The industry applauds, but the market response is indifferent for a long time. If he can get along with Europa Films this time, it will be a very good thing for the distribution and investment of his film. Everyone made their own calculations and walked in hypocritically and politely. Tonight, Luc Besson held a cocktail party for the film Bad Guys, and most of the film practitioners including the jury will be invited. Mutual exchanges and friendly conversations. Bullshit. In fact, it is also a disguised promotion and film sales meeting. There are so many film festivals in the world, but is the purpose of participating in the film festival really just to win awards? There are only so many awards, and the points one by one cannot meet the needs of so many films. Why do those filmmakers who have no hope of winning come? Why do those film producers from all over the world come? Why do those investors come? In fact, the most reasonable reason to participate in the Cannes Film Festival is to build connections and make film investments and transactions. According to statistics, the film transactions reached during the screening period of the Cannes International Film Festival can reach at least 100 million euros, and the indirect economic value is as high as 700 million euros. Here, except for ordinary people who really come to watch movies, the rest are all looking for investment or trading opportunities. The gathering of so many filmmakers represents countless opportunities. Similar receptions can be seen everywhere during the Cannes Film Festival, and Europa Films is just one of them. Chapter 150 Sophie Marceau, Subscription Recommendation. Luc Besson is very generous. He spent 700,000 euros to book the backyard banquet hall of the majestic Berea Hotel for the cocktail reception for Bad Guys. There were also many people invited, with a list of nearly 300 people. The banquet mode was the simplest buffet. Several long tables on the left were filled with exquisite cakes and food, and on the right were several salons separated by bead curtains. Soothing light music was playing on the scene, and people coming and going were communicating with each other in the orderly scene. Waiters walked around in the crowd with wine trays and provided services. Hi, Director Lemon, Mr. Luc Besson. Not long after the banquet started, Luc Besson took him to greet a group of jury members, and then more people took the initiative to find them. Especially the film producers from all over the world. They were even more enthusiastic. In the salon area, a group of people were wandering around them. Lemon, this is Park Soo-hyun, from South Korea. This is Jerry Monteri, from Chile, and this is Saeed Ali Muhammad, from Kuwait. Luc Besson introduced first. Lemon smiled and shook hands with these people one by one. Earlier, Luc Besson told him that in addition to introducing him to some contacts, their task tonight was to sell films. Why does it feel a little wrong? Selling films? Regardless of so much, perhaps you have also discovered that none of the countries introduced just now have a formalized and prosperous film market. So naturally, Europa Films distribution channels cannot be established. In fact, even if it can be established, it is a thankless task. After all, the film markets in these countries and regions are limited, and wasting manpower and material resources to establish offices does not have much effect. Therefore, most film manufacturers use similar exchange receptions to sell all the distribution rights at once. This is also the reason why Cannes, Berlin and many other film festivals in later generations are prosperous. They need such a place for them to trade. Director Lemon, your last film was very impressive and received a very good response from us. I hope to work with you again this time. Saeed Ali Muhammad from Kuwait said in English with a distinctive regional accent. Thank you. Lemon said politely, but this matter was not his responsibility. He just came here to stand by. Upon hearing this, the marketing staff of Europa Films took people inside to discuss the details of selling the film in more detail. Excuse me, everyone. There are also guests over there who need us to entertain. Seeing that everyone was willing and related matters needed to be discussed, Luc Besson took Lemon back outside. Naturally, someone had arranged it here. Halfway through the cocktail party, Lemon followed Luc Besson closely with a glass of wine, and he led him to make friends with industry practitioners one after another. After finally dealing with another round, Lemon hurriedly said goodbye. Luc Besson didn't say anything, just cared about him a little, and then went on to make friends on his own. Looking at the field, Ryan and Thomas were standing together, talking about something. James Wan was talking enthusiastically with a group of Australian film producers. Eva Green was sitting on a lounge chair, enjoying the sea view. There was a beach not far behind the banquet hall, which was very beautiful under the lights at night. Lemon walked towards Ryan and suddenly saw Lao Yi, with Zhang Ziyi beside him. Oh, by the way, he was also shortlisted for the main competition unit this year. The name of the movie was Purple Butterfly, starring the international Zhang next to him. Lemon was quite interested in the two of them. Seeing this, he took a glass of champagne from the passing waiter, took the initiative to walk over, and greeted them with a smile. Director Lau, hello. Lao Yi was walking in, and suddenly a chestnut-haired blue-eyed foreigner jumped out and smiled at him, and he subconsciously stopped. The international Zhang beside him reminded him that the person opposite was saying hello to him. Hello, hello simple daily spoken language. He, Director Lau, still knows it. Congratulations on your film being shortlisted for the competition. Think I other chatted casually for a few words, and Lemon took the initiative to leave. He was not particularly interested in Lao Yi, but in the international Zhang next to him. After all, this kind of sixth-generation director who always shoots sensitive topics and claims to reveal the true face of China is really not in his eyes. However, the relatively young Zhang Niang is rare. Apart from anything else, from a distance, she has a gentle temperament. I don't know if it's an illusion. Hey, what are you two talking about? After parting with the international Zhang, seeing Ryan and Thomas chatting enthusiastically, he also asked, did you see that person? Ryan put his arm around Lemon and pointed to a corner of the banquet hall. Lemon looked over and noticed a woman leaning on the railing alone. The slightly curly dark brown long hair was loose, and the light blue dress could not hide the exquisite body curve. Who is that? Lemon asked puzzledly. Sophie Marceau. This time it was Thomas who answered. Oh, it was her. No wonder the two of them kept discussing. If we talk about who is the goddess in the hearts of the French people now, Sophie Marceau is an absolute candidate. Is it really her? Of course, I saw her face. I can't be wrong about her appearance. Ryan said with certainty. You want to chat her up? Lemon raised his eyebrows and asked. I just tried it. Ryan said in a bleak manner. Well, this look is a failure. Lemon was about to say something, and Ryan asked, are you interested in her? Well, I have always had a good impression of her. What Lemon said was true. Unlike the French, who built their impression of her based on the screen roles she created one after another, Lemon's original intention was just a hormone impulse when he was young, and he watched a few very distinctive films. For this reason, he even went to find DVDs and bought them back for collection. People are always superficial, not to mention that in the previous life, there was no channel to pay attention to and understand foreign actors. The only way was to secretly hide the DVDs in those beautiful youth years. He can name a lot of names like Eva Green, Monica Bellucci, and Sophie Marceau. They are also the objects of fantasy when the hormones of adolescence have nowhere to be released. Male compatriots, it is easy for the lower body to control the brain. With those classic roles played in adolescence, they filled us with those years of hormones. Adolescence will soon pass, but the memory of youth will become more profound with growth. In those ignorant and desire-ridden years, the impression of the goddess remained in my heart, which naturally brought a good impression. What's more, she is really beautiful. It also proves to us that things like aesthetic differences can be defeated in front of real beauty. On this point, French men and Chinese men have reached a united front for the first time. Cheers to face control. The three chatted, which was a topic for men. But someone interrupted their conversation. Hey, Lemon, I have something to talk to you about. The speaker was George. He was also one of the candidates responsible for selling the film just now. What's the matter? Come with me. George led Lemon to the salon area. As he walked, he also reported the sales results. You can't imagine what I just experienced. What? Lemon asked in cooperation. Kuwait sold 250,000 euros. Lizzie sold 270,000 euros. South Korea. George looked quite happy. In total, more than 4.3 million euros of copyright distribution fees have been sold. So much. Of course. George glanced at Lemon and explained, there are many small countries in South Africa, Southeast Asia and the Middle East. Their local film industry is very weak, and they are usually reluctant to spend money on making movies. For them, it is also a very cost-effective business to buy the regional distribution rights of movies with just a little money. This is indeed the case. Compared with spending a lot of effort to open up wasteland, it is better to go to various international places to buy some movies. Anyway, it is not very expensive to just buy out the screening rights in a certain region, and it is easy to get a good profit. Of course, those popular movie markets are probably out of the question. Just like the United States has always been xenophobic, different distribution strategies need to be tailored to the symptoms. Great. Lemon sighed. It seems that the saying every profession has its own specialty is true. Compared with those professional film sellers, he is indeed more suitable to be a director. However, if you think about it this way, Europa Films can make some money by exporting copyrights. It can only be said that there is still a lot of knowledge he needs to know about distributing movies. Then why did you look for me? Some film distributors want to meet you, and Luc Besson helped you promote the reputation of the film, and those people also need to meet. There is no way. After all, since you have participated in Cannes, you naturally have to make some achievements. Europa Films is quite concerned about this. Not only did they come here several days in advance, but they also met with many judges to build relationships. It is estimated that they will start large-scale operations in publicity as soon as the premiere of the movie tomorrow. After all, whether good results can be achieved after the screening, it is always beneficial to take care of it this way. Hello. Thank you. Okay, cheers. Lemon had to pretend to be enthusiastic and hypocritical to deal with a round of social activities that he could not avoid. After 3 rounds of drinking, the group was drinking happily. It was getting darker and the party was coming to an end. Lemon used the excuse of going to the bathroom and left the drinking circle of a group of businessmen. Looking around, The number of people in the banquet hall in the backyard had become sparse, but the familiar figure still did not leave. She was still leaning quietly on the railing, wondering what kind of scenery she was appreciating. Perhaps it was the wine that made him brave, even though they had never met before. Lemon walked over there. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.